Good morning. Call the Finance Committee meeting to order. Members Alderwoman Finlayson and Alderman Payon are present, so we have our full complement. The first order of the meeting is to approve the agenda. I would note that the mayor's office, Ms. Smith, is asked to be last because she has a staff meeting going on right now. So with that change in the order, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The first order of business we have is a supplemental appropriation, SA 3121, a grant for $555,000 going to the Office of Mayor. I hope we're not letting TOLA get all of this. Do you all have that before you?
I do.
All right. This is CARES money. Is that right, Director Dickinson?
I have no idea what it is because I don't have it in front of me. Katie, do you have that essay in front of you? I don't have the agenda open right now, so I usually click through that. And it's not ringing a bell.
Well, we can.
This is the 550,000, Jody.
Okay, I thought I said 55,000.
No.
That does not ring a bell. So remember that in December, the county gave us an extra $550,000 that we could use as for public safety salaries. And we hadn't yet added that to the CARES grant appropriations yet because we didn't have it. And we did get the check a few weeks ago. And we're just now asking you if we can add to the appropriations so we could spend it.
I'm fine with that, but it's going to the Office of the Mayor.
Not 500.
Yeah, $550,000. The way this SA is set up, it is going.
So it may be Office of the Mayor is managing the grant, but because the CARES funding is listed under the Office of the Mayor, but it's being managed through the CARES grant in the grant fund.
But is it actually for public safety?
It can only be, that extra 550 is only for public safety salaries. That's why they gave us the extra funding. So that's what we have to use it for.
So as a matter of proper form, shouldn't it be going to police or fire or both? Or
no, we spend what we do is we take salaries, expenses that have been charged to the public safety departments, and we move those expenses to the grant, thus lessening what's showing in their operating budget as expenses.
Mr. Chair, if I might suggest, why don't we wait till Ms. Smith gets here? I'm quite sure she would be able to answer questions regarding CARE money.
So I have been the one that's monitoring how we're posting the money against these county monies. So I would be the one most knowledgeable. Katie, does that say that it's in the general fund?
It says grant fund and it says mayor. I think maybe when this, go ahead.
Well, Ms. Smith is here. Why don't we call on her?
It's citywide.
Okay.
It's citywide, and I'm saying that the chief of staff really hasn't had a role in the spending of the $4 million and the 550 that the county gave us. So she's not going to be able to tell you what it's in regards to. What I'm saying is we're going to add an appropriation to the grant fund under the CARES grant, the original CARES grant, the $4.2 million. We're going to increase that by $550,000 in the grant fund. And then we will remove actual expenses that have been charged to the public safety salaries and move those over to the grant fund so that what you see in the general fund as expenses under fire and police are less than they would have been. Now we're putting it in the grant fund for now because we don't know if we're going to use it this year or next year. We have some time on this, but we need to increase the appropriation in case we want to use it this year.
Well, I think I have, may I, Mr. Chair?
Please.
I have the same question that the chair has. why wouldn't this go to the city manager department office who oversees police and fire?
So I
I'm
think
just not
that,
clear about that.
I believe that the SA should say city manager's office. If you go back to the original, Katie, I don't know if you can pull up the original $4.2 million SA and what department we had it reporting to.
So we could change that to.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the department that's listed. It's not
Yeah.
the mayor's office, it's the city manager's office.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I would recommend approval with that amendment, that correction be made
There's
as to the department.
So
I'll
on
second
the
that.
original, we had the grant fund, and then we had department numerous
Oh, numerous.
instead of the mayor's.
Well, I think on the $4.2 million, it was everybody was going to spend it. Now it's public safety. So I think it's probably more appropriate just list the city manager's office as being the one managing that money.
Mhm.
Is that okay with you, Mr. Gerald? Okay. So the motion is to amend, to approve with the amendment of the department is the city manager's office.
Mhm.
Is there any further discussion? All
Yes,
those in
Mr.
favor?
Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Gay, yes.
What page was that? My apologies.
This is not on the budget book. It's a essay, so it would be on your iPad for the
Okay.
agenda for finance.
Awesome.
All those in favor, unless, let's see if Alderman Gay has, are there any further questions, Alderman Gay?
I got it.
Okay. So all those in favor of approving SA 3121 with amendment signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. All right, thank you. Now, going back to our agenda, we're ready for department reviews. I see Ms. Smith is here. I had put you at the end of the agenda because you were having a staff meeting, but if you're ready to go, I guess we can take your presentation.
I am ready to go.
All right.
I sent everybody a kind of memo about the mayor's office Saturday, I think, which included our budget proposal for FY22. And so briefly, I just want to say that the mayor will continue to do the projects that he's working on, and the staff accordingly. Things like water access, parks, mobility, connectivity, equity services, and what is outlined in the mayor's budget proposal. In health considerations, assuming we are able to find grant money, we are going to want to continue the equity health program that we're doing both in Hispanic and African American communities. That is at this point and funded outside of the general operating, assuming that we can continue that. And then in addition to that, returning to, again, health, COVID, if we can, to some cultural activities that bring people together in festivals, ethnic celebrations, et cetera, which we were not able to do this year. Those are in our One Annapolis budget. And then for all intents and purposes, there's no real new programs that are proposed in the mayor's budget. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about it or what that involves. Again, the specifics of the FY22 budget are the last couple of pages of the memo that I sent you over the weekend. Does anybody have any questions?
I do, but I'll defer to committee members if you're ready.
I have. Are you calling on me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith, can you give us the data on these programs? For example, how many people are impacted? And most importantly to me is the success of the programs. We have a lot of programs. They all sound great. Are they doing what they're supposed to be doing? I guess is my question. So that's my first question. And my second question has to do with the legislative support under Breakout of One Annapolis. Is that our lobbyist or
No.
what?
You're talking under the Civilian Review Board. It's for the Civilian Board if we need it.
It says Breakout of One Annapolis,
Right,
public engagement.
right. That's that first item is the Civilian Review Board. And I'm not sure what we might need for that, but it is providing either analysis or assistance to the council process, which we will eventually have, but probably in this fiscal year. So it's sort of a placeholder, frankly, because that's such a big proposal, assuming and we've got this panel working, et cetera. So it's not for any one specific thing, except that it's related to the Civilian Review Board process to the council.
So will we see a line item in the police budget for the Civilian Review Board? Or this is all out of the mayor's office?
It's out of the mayor at this time, yes.
Okay, and can you give us the status of that also? You said there was a big document. Where are we?
The status, I am sad to say, is on hold at the moment because Will is, as you know, on medical leave, and he is the most experienced person. So we are down a person and the key person. We expect that to resume in June. But at this very moment, we are in a holding pattern. We had several panel member meetings. They were training, educational meetings for the panel. And then we're on hold. And of course, that group is going to have a briefing on the state law that we expect to happen probably the first thing when they return to activity. But at the moment, it's on hold.
So is this group, are they the actual Civilian Review Board? Or are they the panel that's putting our Civilian Review, I can't even talk this morning, Civilian Review Board together?
This is the group. It's a civilian, we refer to it as a panel because they are the ones studying the options and will make a recommendation for legislation to the council for a Civilian Review Board or an equivalent. And the reason I say that is because there's a requirement in the state law that there's an accountability board. And I don't know whether that's going to be one and the same. We need to figure that out. But essentially, our Civilian Review Board panel is going to make a recommendation to the council. That's their job. And we had actually to have that go faster, but we can't do it.
Well, yeah, I understand. Well, I would like to have some information on the programs that are listed there. So if you could get that to us, how many people are impacted and the data on the, success of the programs and, the impact of the programs actually.
I'll make a note of that.
I don't expect you to have it right here.
Right.
And now,
That's
if
what
you
I'm
could, yeah.
If I could just say, though, that these are service programs. These aren't scientific programs. So I'm understanding what you're asking, but you're not going to have a neat, chart probably. But more information we certainly can give you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Alderman Payon? Or,
Thank you. Are there any other functions of this civilian review board other than to appoint a board?
They're not going to be appointing a board. They're going to probably say how we should appoint a board, and I would expect that to be some combination, as we already do with panels. And in terms of the panel, the commissions, in terms of this panel, it is a very representative group of people. It isn't just a single perspective. It's there's police and union and community and lawyers, and there's about 20 people, and they are different perspectives, and they're going to have time to come to a recommendation for the council, which will include everything. It will include who should be on a civilian review board, how should they be chosen, what should their tasks be, what are they legally able to do versus what we might want them to do, but that's different now with the new state law. So A to Z, that board, the panel. So we refer to it as a panel, by the way, just so it doesn't get mixed up with commission and task force and all the other things we have. So we've called it a panel.
Has state law affected what the panel can or should be doing?
Yes, I think it has. How exactly, I can't tell you, but I believe there is, first of all, having a civilian review board would have been very advisory under our past or existing state law. I believe there are now some requirements for transparency and civilian involvement, but I'm not an expert on the new state law. But I believe, so those pieces of the state law will in fact have what the options will be.
Once we appoint the board, I think that they will have to be certified at the state level. They'll have to attend a class, a conference, something that they hold and be certified, as I recall. I don't think that part of it would have changed, but like you, I'm not completely sure what's in the new law.
And there's, as I understand from our Office of Law, just a little bit they've looked at it, there is some kind of overlapping, there's actually several bills that have passed into law, and they impact each other more than a clear reading of just each one. That's the kind of thing they're going to have to advise us on. And I just...
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to say for myself, I'll get you in a second, Alderman Gay, I see your hand. I really like this presentation. It makes sense to me, breaking it into these categories: communication, outreach. It's hard to tell the relative level of effort underneath each of these. And it's certainly hard to tell how the budget gets allocated across those. And as a budget document, that would be something that I'd really be interested in seeing. So let's see, we have $1.2 million that are in the mayor's office that are distributed across these. My sense is a lot of these are more individual work hour efforts than dollar expenditures, but we know some of TOLA's programs come attached with dollars. Is there any way we can get a ballpark allocation to these various categories? Communications, that's Mitchell, and of course Julian and our vaunted people who are keeping us connected via the Zoom meetings and so forth. but it would be interesting to see some sort of a ballparkish amount of money that's allocated to each of these. I'm looking at the last one, which is arts. Does seem like we are putting up a lot of murals and so forth across the city, but I also, on reading about them in the Capitol, seems like a lot of those are more volunteer efforts, artists that are getting together and executing these murals. So it would be helpful for me to understand how the budget is allocated across each of these categories, if that's a possibility.
I can do more specific probably, but the budget, we are, as you know, a very small staff, and we don't have a lot of dollars. We have people who are working these, and we're people in communities. The place where, so things like the arts, you're right, it's art in public places. Brian is the person who watches over that, as I've said in the, and we are very quickly becoming, which is really what I wanted to note, a city of murals. That's going to be a tourist attraction in and of itself. Some of these murals are absolutely spectacular. I shouldn't say maybe all of them are spectacular, and people keep having ideas about them, and you don't really realize how many bare walls we have in the city until all of a sudden there's another mural that's going up. So it's not as though the mayor's budget contributes to that, except that's the matter of staffing and working with arts and public places. The place where there are other dollars, looking at our 22 budget, are going to be things like some of the African American and health equity, and health equity and Hispanic health equity. Otherwise, the list that is there is the person, and we bring that money to it, and that's about it. So when you see a workshop or a dollars on these things, that's about how much money there is. Sometimes there's additional dollars, and we certainly try to get additional dollars. We are particularly trying to get grant money for our health equity efforts because nobody else is doing that. And it was so important this last year, getting good information for people. So there's going to be additional grant money as we work on that in that area, but most of these programs are a person on our staff and the money that you see. It's not as though we get a lot of other money and volunteers.
Well, but I remember when Tola was laying out some of the things that he was doing, and I think a lot of it was with grant money rather than budget, but like there were 10 people, I think it might have been under the VIP program, that were getting $10,000 each, and they were also getting T-shirts and other kinds of things. And going back to what Alderwoman Finlayson said, we know that these programs are going on, and we can see the money, and it's hard to keep track of what's grant and what's city budget. But then it would be nice to know what is the success. What is the success in these VIP outreach programs with the individual 10 volunteers, and trying to show them that the city knows that they're there, knows that there are issues. Alderman Gay can speak to this better than I'm sure, but we want those programs to be successful, and we kind of like to know, what is happening with them and how what the results are. So again, I really do like this format. I think it makes it much easier for me to understand all of the multifaceted things that are going on in the office of the mayor. But it is hard to crosswalk that to dollars, and that's what we're here to do. Committee members, if you don't mind, I would like to hear from Alderman Gay, and then I will get to you, Alderman Payon, and you, Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm sorry, I have the hiccup, so excuse me. I know it's crazy. Several points. The first is, I am looking at the budget book, but I'm assuming I'm in the wrong place. Are we going by the book, or are we going on? I need to know what we're going by, because the book is the book. Are we going by the book or online?
The way we're doing it now is each department is presenting to us roughly their performance management. Office of Mayor doesn't have a specific performance management. So this is background material that we got from Ms. Smith. And it is basically telling us what the component does and what they have done. But you're kind of making the point that I just made, which is it's hard to crosswalk this to, on page 39, the summary budget for the Office of the Mayor. And the Office of the Mayor has been successful in getting a lot of grant dollars. So it's not clear that if you just look at the budgeted amount, you're seeing the entire level of effort.
That was just my, just because when Joe sends out this book, I'm going by the book. But, several points have been made that I would just like to follow up on. The first being, I don't want to see another mural go up in the city until we fix the opioid epidemic. I don't want to see it. I don't. You can see a mural before you get opioid help. I mean, it's a shame. So I don't want to see another mural go up. AIPPC, anything. Like, I really don't. And second, to Alderwoman Finlayson's point, I would like to see some statistics on these programs that we're running out of the mayor's office, because what happens a lot of the time is that the individual council members bring these programs to the mayor and they're put in the mayor's budget and we don't get follow-up on it. For example, I was instrumental in getting a lot of money for the community center. Really haven't seen much on that. The opening day, all of that, that was from the mayor's budget. NAM, that was from the mayor's budget. I was instrumental in the last budget in helping get funding for that. As Alderman Arnett mentioned, we got T-shirts, like hoodies, all of this stuff, but we're not in the community. That's the most important thing, And so I'd like to Sheila's point, get some hardcore statistics on this. And I do think it is possible, even though they are service programs. We can say, all right, in April, we helped X amount of people with opioid, or we helped X amount of people with rental eviction issues, just following up like that. Those are my concerns. But I'm not the mayor and it's not my budget. So I would never, ever, mess with anything coming out of the office of the mayor. But I'm just saying, I'd like to have some follow up on that.
You reminded me of something I should have mentioned before. The question about who's responsible, I should say who's responsible. The question about dealing with opioids is one that we have been struggling with, as have other places in the city. And I absolutely agree with you that we need to get a handle on this so that we decide what the city is going to do and what our responsibilities are, how we're going to staff it, where we're going to staff it, and how we've had this recently reminder of how important opioid and drug issues are in the city. And our difficulty always has been that we don't have a health department, which is the natural response to it. But we are going to, we've got a meeting this week actually with Gavin, because we think this is something that we've got to just figure it out. We can't have excuses about it. So I want to absolutely endorse that thought and say that we are as concerned as I'm sure you are, and we will hopefully have some proposal about it. But it's been something we've kind of gone around in circles on, and that's not good enough. So I want to endorse that. In terms of, you made a comment about we're not in the community. What did you mean by that, if I might ask?
When did I say that? Did I say not in the community?
Yeah, right before your second hiccup.
Yeah, right.
Maybe a poor choice of words, but I do want to say this though, just adding into it, following up on earlier comments. I understand that Will is out, And I know you mentioned that things are in, limbo because he is. They shouldn't be, though. That was a pivotal point of the mayor's, push and message during the George Floyd saga, when all of the marching and protesting was going on. Out of that, he said he would come up with a civilian review board. That was in June of last year. That's when we started marching. It's about to be June of this year.
Right.
And so I understand that it takes a long time to formulate these processes, but I mean, can we just get a little drop of something?
The thing about this is, and the reason we're trying to hold for Will's return is that long before last summer and long before we started this, Will has been going to conferences. He's been working with people. He's been reading, researching, thinking about this subject. This is not, and he is committed to it being out of from a civilian standpoint, not from a police standpoint, because that would be the most credible. So it is unfortunate, but understandable. It is best to wait for him to return. There's just so much more information that he has, so much leadership on this subject that he can provide. And I can't, he's recovering and all that. And but there's no question, but what that does create some difficulty, but it's in the end, we're going to get this done. It's not something that we're stepping back on.
So just before I turn to Alderman Payon, it is the purpose of this committee to do accounting and accountability. But I think that some of the things you're hearing, Susie, is we also want to tell the story. And I was, like you, apparently taken back, Dewan, when you said not in the community. I hope these 10 representatives are in the community. They're passing out the hoodies and the T-shirts, and they're being very visible. Again, because for me, the message I took from TOLA was we wanted to let the community, the most directly affected community, know that we knew they were there, we knew there were issues, and we're trying to address those issues. And I hope you're not saying that that's not happening, because that would be a shame.
Mr. Chair, to that point, and thank you for looping me back around. Listen, there are some they brought in great talents. Tiana, I love working and talking with her. She's involved in the community and stuff. But I think the issue is that when we look at the programs that we've established in this city and we look at them in other cities, they're much more proactive. If a shooting is to, take out that night, somebody from No Harm would be in the community with their gear on, advocating, passing out literature, whatever. We don't have that. And the problem is that we're trying to, push forward, this no harm, anti whatever, but we aren't following through. And what happens is that a shooting will take place or an incident will take place in the community. And then 3 days later, somebody's following up. That night. That's how those programs are successful. And that's why they continue to get funded across the country, because they produce results when you follow through. If somebody's getting shot or if there's an overdose, the team captain of of the precinct should be out there that night. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I shouldn't have to call Tola. I shouldn't have to call David. I shouldn't have to call Gavin and question around. Just get it on track. That's my point. Otherwise, we just won't fund it in this budget because it's a waste of money.
Oh, well, okay. That was a little strong, but and it could be a matter of style. But Alderman Payon, you've had your hand up and been waiting patiently.
Thank you. First of all, the questions I think that my colleague from Ward 6 is asking right now, I think they're questions that we're going to be hearing throughout this budget process. Ms. Smith, you shouldn't feel like you're being singled out or picked on here, because I think they were excellent questions. I think they were great questions that were raised. They were so good that actually I was going to ask them, but he called on Tuan first. But it's okay, because I think Mr. Alderman, I think you're thinking exactly right. What good does this do to the ultimate goal we all have with regard to the drug issue here? I'm not saying they're bad, and I'm not being critical, but when you come right down to it, that's exactly what we're trying to do here. I think that you have, it's too bad that you folks from the council could not have been at the audit committee meeting today, because the company that is training for the performance measures, training department heads and other leaders in various departments about performance measurements. I think the potential is there for that to make a big difference. It was a very good presentation, I thought, and we'll hopefully be able to at least ask the penetrating questions I think we need to ask with regard to this and budgets in the future. I think that it's hard, and Mrs. Smith, you should understand that. I mean, I understand it's difficult to. How do you say whether a mural has been successful? I mean, I don't know how you measure that. And it's a question I think the mayor will get and others during the whole budget process. I don't know the answer to it. I think that, we can measure the success of how many feet of underground piping did Public Works were they able to measure during the past year? I mean, I can look at that. That's a finite number. They set a goal. Did they meet their goal? If not, why not? Well, I don't know how we judge the sculpting that was out for a number of years at Westgate Circle. Was it a success? I don't know. I guess it was, because people talked about it, but I'm not sure how you measure that. I think there were very good questions that my colleague from Ward 6 brought up, and I wish I had the answers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Certainly.
Coming back to the opioid and to Alderman Payon's point, for us, it is hard to measure prevention. And somebody was just saying to me this morning on the opioid question, Alderman Gay, that as much as a problem as we have in the city right now, where we know we've got more and more severe deaths from overdoses, we don't have any overdose deaths in two places where we are pushing out Narcan as fast as we can. So that, you look at when you ask for data, is that data, because it's preventive, it probably is related to it, but that's a hard thing to prove. And when you're in the community working on some of these issues, the preventive part of it is hard to prove in the same sense as you would number of people you talk to, et cetera. Alderwoman Finlayson was at a listening session with the No Harm group last week. And what can you conclude from that, except that there were 40 people there, they were listening, they were involved with you? That is part of the dilemma of what would be nice to have, but may not in fact be quite. But I'm going to give you more information.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Smith, you're absolutely right. We can't tell whether our efforts are having an impact unless we look at, for example, the number of overdoses. But we can talk about how many people were trained at that last meeting last Thursday on how to use Narcan, and how many kits were actually distributed into the community last Thursday. That's the kind of information I think would be helpful to us. How many business meetings, workshop brunches were held? And how many people attended? Because surely you know how many lunches you had to pay for. You know, that's the kind of data we want. How many of those no harm sessions were held? And I know that they kept track of the numbers for those events. So the numbers are there. We're just asking you to compile them, or have the staff who's doing these things to compile them, because that's our way of showing that they are having an impact in a positive way. I have two questions. I'm sorry.
I just said, okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Two other questions. One, I'm looking at the chart on page 38, the staffing. Where is the special events coordinator on this chart? And is that special projects arts coordinator?
No. Special events is in the city manager's office. That is
Okay.
the special projects is Brian.
Okay. And he's economic policy analyst also?
Now that we remember we had this conversation last year where I absolutely agreed with everybody that was the wrong title. He now has a new title this year.
So Brian is,
he's special projects arts. He's special project arts. The economic analyst title is no longer in the mayor's office.
does it no longer exist, or it's in city manager's office?
It might exist, but I don't think there's a person anywhere. It's certainly not in the mayor's office.
So we should strike that.
No, if you look in that column, the FY22 column, excuse me, if there's a 0 by that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, got it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I
That's
missed
how
that.
we know if something's in the field or it's gone.
Okay, but number stays the same at the bottom. So how?
Yeah,
Because we
didn't have any new people. We have the same number of people.
Okay, so we didn't have a special projects first.
No.
Okay, I get it. My other question had to do with the PEG fund.
Right.
That is going down. Why is that?
That's related to monies from whatever monies are collected from, I think, taxes, but maybe David or.
Or is it Comcast? I see Jody's waving.
Yeah.
Jody, can you help us with that?
Yes, we get fees from cable bills coming to the city to help pay the expenses of the studio. And as you know, fewer and fewer people are subscribing to cable services, and they're using other methods of getting those services in their homes. So every year you'll see that revenue go down. And every year we'll appropriate what they have left over in that fund and any revenue that we anticipate to come in the current year. But the revenues have been decreasing every year for several years.
Okay, that seems like a pretty big decrease, but if you're on it, you're on it. I think my last question for this time being is about funding Julian and Mark and all those people who are the wizards behind the scene to keep us going. Hopefully we won't be in this mode forever or for much longer, but are we adequately funding them so that if we continue in some form or fashion with virtual, we can take care of our staff?
This is, I was gonna say, this is somewhat of a crapshoot, but what we've anticipated exactly what you've described is some moving back from a complete virtual world into live, either in the chambers or eventually commissions as well. We've had a very expensive but important availability of the the commission meetings, the board, council, all the rest of it. And we provided for that with the CARES money. But as we move back away from that money, we are trying to provide for an estimate of what we expect the monthly bills to add up to. And that is our estimate for that money.
Okay, I'm not sure I saw where that is, what page. Can you tell me what page that's on?
It's
Because
right.
I didn't,
It's in the budget of page.
Alderwoman Finlayson, if you look at page 39,
Right.
see the contract services breakdown in the middle of the page?
uh-huh.
There's 158,000 going to the TV studio.
Okay. Can we see what it was last year so that we
There's-
have a frame of reference?
Sure, it was 100,000 last year, but you could also go through that transparency portal and get the line item detail that way. But I can tell you offhand, it was 100,000 last year.
Okay.
But
That's all I,
But I have to say, when you ask about this existing year, 100,000 isn't what we're spending,
Right.
because we are spending CARES money as well.
That's correct. That was a budget for last year, but we've
Right.
incurred a lot more.
Right.
so I guess what I'd like to see is what we've spent in this virtual world. Because I feel like I need a frame of reference in case we get thrown back into this again, so that's what I need. Jody, I'm sorry.
I can provide that. I've been tracking
Yeah.
it in the CARES funding and everything that's CARES related for these extra virtual services. We've been moving it to CARES. And so I've been tracking their monthly bills and which portion is CARES. So I can get that for you pretty quickly.
Okay.
My recollection, last I knew, it was somewhere in the 170,000.
hmm
That was earlier this year, so I'm not sure how we got there. We weren't even sure when we would be able to bring the council into the chambers at that point. This was before we had vaccines and everything. So the world is changing minute by minute. But anyway, that's where we are on it. That was a
Okay.
studio service estimate based on pulling back, but still keeping going on some things.
hmm Thank you very much.
Do we have a chairman here?
Oh, I'm sorry. He may have gone. Okay. That means I'm doing this. Ms. Smith, any other questions for Ms. Smith?
Madam Chair.
I see Alderman Gay.
Thank you. With the 5,000, and I feel like I know this question, but I just want to make sure the 5,000 is coming from the Affordable Housing Task Force, as we contracted out to pay the intern that was basically staffing the whole thing, right?
That was the money that, yes, you moved to the mayor's budget that was for interns.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make
That
sure. Yeah.
included in yours.
Thank you so much.
Alderman Gay, so how many interns? You're talking about the 5,000 that's listed there above the studio services amount?
Yeah, so we did several internships over the course of the last year. We did some in the Office of Law, some in various departments. That was 25,000 was given to the Office of Law, and 50,000 was put in. I don't know the exact. It may have been in the general fund, and that was for interns across all departments. And then we did a separate internship where we had a college student staffing our Affordable Housing Task Force.
Right.
So is this 5,000 from that intern?
Yes.
So
that is.
where will we see the costs for the other interns?
That's a good question. Jody, that 25 and 50, where would that be?
It would be in our budget, which is not, and I didn't include it, so I need to give you that. But we don't have an allotment for FY22 at this point. That isn't in any budget anywhere.
Yeah, we don't have that in 22 again. It was a 21 edition and there's nothing in there for 22.
Right. Excellent program, by the way.
So
Excellent.
if there's no budget for it, does that mean you're not expecting to carry that program on?
We are not expecting to carry that program on unless you make a decision to the contrary. It is not in our budget this year.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Smith? Alderwoman Tierney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, because Alderwoman Finlayson covered most of my questions, but I guess I have to ask Susie, what is your definition of success, and can that be equated into dollars and cents, or is this something that is are we asking? I think we're all trying to ask you the same question as far as equating your efforts into dollars and cents, into return on staff, into numbers, if you will. But in your view, is that are we asking you to do something that can't be done? I'd just like your thoughts.
Right. I'm going to try. I have some hesitation about it because particularly this last year and the information in the memo, we were a fast response team.
Yeah.
When the city didn't have the whole health access stuff was an incredible problem that had to be solved and had to be solved quick. Did we do everything that might have been right? I don't know, but we created a presence for the city where there wasn't one in a lot of different places this last year. Was it a complete, mostly it was modeling because we didn't have the ability financially to sustain it at a very high level. But I believe that that the city's presence in communities was probably more important than any year in the past. Because if you provide, as we did, what is the accurate information on the status of the virus to Spanish-speaking people who had no other vehicle to know that, and then you provide, as we did, platforms, texting, so that they were able to know that continuously. That was a vulnerable community. The same with the African American community. Different way of doing it because there isn't a language question. But there was a question about where were people getting information? What did they know? What did they need? That team started working on what else was needed question, in addition to accurate information. That just wasn't anywhere else in the city. And it was important. So I have a little bit of a difficulty. I can explain the programs. I certainly can explain what we did and all the rest of it in more detail. But the mayor's office, the mayor, frankly, and the office were out there. We were in that world. We had people suited up in PPEs, talking to people at their doors, talking to people in smaller groups, not the big groups necessarily, doing everything we could to tell people what to expect, what they needed to be careful about. The communications office had any number of flyers, any number of social media posts, any number of stuff on our website. We were pushing information out. We were trying to make the case that we could get to everybody. We needed to get to everybody, that it was right that we got to everybody. Now we are in a what is becoming a more difficult situation. We want everybody to be vaccinated. We, in fact, are running clinics. Laura is running clinics. She's got one today and tomorrow. So if you know anybody who wants to be vaccinated, you can get right to it. We can get you right to it. Now, we want that. We're trying to to push out the ability to get everybody vaccinated. That's hard. It's almost harder than getting information out. But that's what we do. I mean, it's look at the problem, try to make some difference about it. And that's where, that's where we are.
Yeah, I used this analogy earlier today about liberal arts versus engineering, and it is sort of a liberal arts effort. We're asking for engineering answers. So, but I thank you. Thank you very much. It's difficult. I don't have the answers.
Right. Thank you.
Well, I feel like I need to give the council props because our city council, everyone received, 500 masks. And I can't believe, I don't remember how many shields you each got because I delivered them to you. But you guys were out distributing protective gear to residents and businesses in your wards. So the council played a pivotal role, I think, in helping to protect the community with the equipment that we had. And thank you, David, for helping us work through getting all of the protective gear. But the city council was engaged. The mayor's office, yes, but the city council was also very engaged. I'm interested in the fact that there's a Hispanic clinic today, and then we have one on Wednesday and one on Thursday. One of the weaknesses I see is lack of coordination, because I didn't know that there was a Hispanic clinic today. Did you all know that we had a clinic at my church on Saturday? And who knows about the one on Wednesday and the one on Thursday? I think it's great that we do all of this, but there is definitely a lack of coordination. When information is disseminated, this week's flyer should say, Monday you can go there for a vaccine, Wednesday you can go there, Thursday you can go there, Saturday you can go there, to be inclusive of everybody. So that would be my ask, that we kind of coordinate all of our efforts. Often we complain because we don't know what's going on out of the mayor's office or out of the police department or, other agencies. So to help us better educate the entire community, I think that coordination is necessary.
I believe, Alderwoman Finlayson, I believe that is actually on our webpage, and I know it's in the health departments. And I just want to say the fact that Laura's doing it, it's not just Hispanic clinics. These are available to anybody. They just are being, we're trying to have a larger number of both Hispanics and African Americans, but that's not, it doesn't limit. It's not intended to limit.
And I wasn't, and that's not what I heard you say. I didn't, and I wasn't suggesting. But I just think that if we all know what everybody else is doing, and everybody doesn't go to the website for information.
I understand.
So.
Yeah.
But anyway, any other questions for Ms. Smith and the mayor's office?
No, thank you.
We should invite the mayor to come to visit us at some point and help us see what his vision is. So, all right. If there are no other questions for Mrs. Smith, and our chairman hasn't joined us, so he can't have any questions, then I'll say thank you for being with us. Ms. Green, your hand is up.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And we look forward to you coming back. Let us know when so we can get that additional
I'll
information.
try to put it in writing, and you can decide when you want me back.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Our next department is the city manager's office. Mr. Gerald, and Ms. Green is waving her hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Alderman Arnett was having connectivity issues. So he's actually going to come into City Hall. He said it was up to you if you wanted to do a recess or continue on until he gets back logged on.
Let's continue.
Takia, could you let Ross know it's faster to come to my house?
I think he's already on his way.
Well, let me ask City Manager Gerald, do you have a presentation? I mean, as far as a PowerPoint or something?
I do, yeah. So we're ready to go. I would recommend that we continue as Alderman Payon did.
Okay, then let's rock and roll. Alderman Arnett will catch up.
It can also be found on page 45 in your budget book.
Okay, Jody, Ms. Dickinson.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add, for FY20, we spent, as to your question on the TV studio and the virtual help with our meetings, $35,600 in FY20. And in 21, we estimate we're going to be at about $109,500 total.
What was the 35,000?
That was last year, FY20, April, May, June of 2020.
That was a budget for 3 months?
Mm-hmm.
Or the total?
For the virtual meetings, no. And then for the FY21, it was $109,500. It totals, total effort overall, about $145,000. COVID-related bills from Make Your Mark Media.
Okay. Alderman Gage, do you have a question about that?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Jody, if you don't mind, would you? So, for example, in this, there was $100 and some odd change dollars for TV studios and contractual services. How is that? Because I couldn't find it in the line item online. How is that dispersed? Does that $100 and whatever odd dollar go immediately to Julian, which would be the department chair, essentially, and he disperses that throughout his department based off of who is managing what meeting, or how is that?
So Mitchell is in control of that contract. Julian and Mark are under they're employed by Make Your Mark Media. It's a contractor. We have a contract with them. Mitchell controls it. She puts in a purchase order at the beginning of the year and then draws down payments monthly as they bill us based on hours. And that's how we pay them. And what they've been doing is tracking which hours are normal hours and which hours are COVID-related virtual meeting hours. And those hours, those costs, we've been moving to the CARES Act funding this year.
And so we own a TV studio and all of the equipment, but we don't actually have employees. We're contracting that service out.
We are contracting the service out and I'm not sure about what we own and what we don't own that's over there. A lot of it's purchased with the PEG fund money, so it would be city owned, but I can't guarantee you everything over there is owned by us. That would be a question for Mitchell or Julian or Mark.
Is it cheaper to, and I'm sorry I'm asking a lot of questions, but we are in a tight budget season. Is it cheaper to contract the service out, or would it be cheaper to just hire Julian as a full-time, as a member of the city,
I think it's taking more than one person's effort right now to keep us going. So it wouldn't be just one person. It would be more than one person, but that's not a question for me.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just a little bit of history. I think all of the equipment, it's either purchased by the city or given to us from, I think it's Comcast. So I do believe that we own most of the equipment, if not all of it. And at one point, we did have staff, permanent, city staff that ran our TV studio. Mark Hildebrand is the coordinator. And I think Julian, and correct me, Julian, if I'm wrong, works with Mark. So whenever there is an event, they come in and they bill us by the hour. So keep in mind that when you're having events that are off-site and, like when I had Julian taking videos of people getting the shots, he bills us for those hours. When he has to go over to Arundel Mills or wherever, those are all billable hours to the city. And fortunately, because of the CARES money, we were able to afford it and to continue doing such things. But we get billed, so that's why they kind of try to be considerate of their hours. Susie, and then Alderwoman Tierney.
I was just going to say, one of the issues about going back to having our city staff is there are times we need more than one person. So we would be employing 2 people at least. And I think when, I'm forgetting who the person was who left, because it was about the time I came working for the city. Somebody figured out that this was the less expensive way to approach. And this last year, it was particularly important that we had 2 people because we had to be able to run it that way. So I think there's some experience with that. And I believe this was evaluated as the less expensive way. And we couldn't have done that without both Mark and Julian. It's been great. Thank you.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Yeah, very quickly. I just want to put a plug out for Open Gov budgeting, because as we're all talking, I've got the Open Gov budget up, and it does right away a visual of a pie chart that in city management, contractual services only accounted for 2.6% of their budget. So when you look at that, it does prioritize, where the expenses are. Again, a shout out to this Open Gov. I'm having fun with it while you're all talking, but 2.6% of their total budget. Am I right, Katie?
Thank you. Thank you.
So that is correct, but the public information office is in the office of the mayor, not the office of the city manager. Is that what yeah. So it's in Mitchell's budget. She's in the mayor's office.
Okay, so we can't compare totally. Okay.
Okay, no other questions for the mayor's office or our TV studio and our staff? I'm still calling them staff. Okay, thank you. Mr. Gerald, you're on.
Thank you. So if we could go ahead and show the presentation. And I'll note that Assistant City Manager Farrow and Deputy City Manager Gild are with us today, so they can help answer questions that you may have. So next slide, please. So the City Manager office is 6 full-time employees. Next slide, please. Okay. So the Office of City Manager is 6 full-time employees and 1 half-time employee. There's Lynn Farrell and I in the resilience and sustainability. We have Deputy City Manager Gild and Racine Hodo, who's the environmental coordinator. Office of Community Services is Aaron Lee, and we're soon going to hire a part-time contract employee to help with the administration as well as the scheduling of the resource centers. And then we all know Felicia Nolan as special events. The next slide, please. Okay, so to zero in on the budget changes. So as you all know, the Office of Environmental Policy was dissolved last fiscal year during the year. You'll remember that last year's budget, the FY20 budget, we initially submitted it with the change already made, changed the budget since that had not happened at that point. So now we're fully standing up the Deputy City Manager and the City Manager budget. And I mentioned Racine Hodo, the Environmental Program Coordinator position. So she moved over from Office of Environmental Policy with Jackie. Brand new this year is the Social Worker Care Coordinator position. It's just, she's been such a great asset to the city, and that will increase, and we'll talk about that a bit more later in the slide, but that will increase in the future. So next slide, please. So the specific dollar amounts, the specific changes, salaries and benefits increased from 458 to about 905 because of the addition of those, I guess, 3.5 people into the budget. The contract services funding is that part-time administrative assistant position, and then the office and supplies was increased just slightly for inflation. So next slide, please. Okay, so sort of just a discussion of roles and responsibilities. So as you all know, the city manager is the chief administrative officer of the city. So the way I see my responsibilities are this list of things: implement the mayor's and city council's priorities and policies, oversee and ensure the proper functioning of the city government, serve as liaison between the city council and department directors. And that can be a big job at times to sort of, and I think we've worked that out, how that works best. Ensure that city departments and offices have the resources that they need. Think about succession planning, especially for some of our employees like Rick Gordon, who have been thinking for the last couple of years of the opportune time to leave and what we will do in that case. And then just the balanced annual budget, to the mayor, and then the mayor submits it to the council. Next slide, please. So the Office of Community Services, which is brand new and is an ever evolving and improving organization, and will continue to. And we always appreciate the input that we get from the council on things that they should be doing or can be doing to further improve their operations. But their responsibilities are to improve the connection of city residents to the services that are available throughout the county, including the county government, the state, nonprofit resources, to be sort of that connection point for residents that don't know how to get the help that they need. Also to advocate for the city residents with those organizations that are outside city government, to liaison with the social agencies, to improve and to get additional services for our residents. Coordinate programming with the various agencies for social services. And then I just mentioned here that we fully intend, and hopefully it'll be yet this year with this council, to go ahead and start the legislation that's going to be required, both the code change and the charter change to create this independent Office of Community Services. It should not be part of the city manager's office. It should be a separate standalone office like MIT or like HR or like Office of Environmental Policy used to be. That's where they really need to live, is in that type of an organization. So we need to do legislation for that, and we intend to. It's a busy legislative year this year, but I'd like to get that done before November. So next slide, please. Next slide is special events, and this is Felicia Nolan's, all of her responsibilities. That position used to be part of the mayor's office, as was asked about earlier, and I think last year or the year before it moved to the city manager's office, so it wouldn't be part of the change out that the mayor's office sometimes goes through with the change of administration. Felicia does a great job, a great job, a very thankless job coordinating all these special events. And it's been particularly difficult this last year with COVID and with all the recovery zones being special events. So she's been marvelous in that. So her responsibilities are to act as liaison between those sponsors of the special events in the city. She distributes the applications to all the city departments, gets the feedback, works with the departments to make changes in coordination with the sponsors so that the events are satisfactory. she also has a budget that she manages for special events and have some legislation I think just passed for all of the city-sponsored events. That has to be passed as a resolution each year. So she does all of that, and all of that sounds very easy and straightforward, but it takes a lot of herding of cats to get all of those in place and coordinated properly so they're carried out. So she does a great job. Next slide, please. List of some of our accomplishments over this past year. I think the one right in the middle is probably the most noteworthy, and that's just that we continue to operate as a city government through this past year, certainly one of the most difficult years in Annapolis history. And that's all due to the job that the departments have done. They've just been so great. And, you know, with some employees coming into work each day and some working from home, and yet everybody was still effective and did their job. So thanks to all of our great department heads for all that, and our great employees for doing their job during this difficult time. But skipping back to the top, we did the selection process for the Hillman Garage and City Dock development team. So that was successful. We have a great board. We were able to, from this last legislative session, we were able to obtain $2.5 million of funding for state capital grants. So that's going to help a lot in the coming years. Legislation is coming forward soon for the new Resilience Financing Authority. So that was a big collaborative effort with the county, because they're introducing legislation tonight for the same Resilience Financing Authority. It's going to be a city-county authority. So that was a big push to get that through. We managed the CARES funding. And we just recently hired a consultant, as Alderman Payon mentioned. They were actually on the call this morning for the audit committee to look at the performance management system and make improvements and to teach us all how to do that better. So I think that's going to pay off for years, and so we did that this year as well. Next slide, please. So these are our long-term goals for the city: eliminate the structural budget deficit by FY24. I think we're on track to do that, and these next 2 years are going to be sort of bridge years, and we have the ARPA money to help us through those. But we really want to get that structural budget deficit eliminated by 24. Fully implement the Hillman Garage and City Dock projects by the end of 26. Establish continuous improvement culture for operations, but also service delivery with the racial equity lens. We want all of our service to be equitable and to be fair. And so that's a big goal that we need to push constantly. Improve community policing. Chief Jackson's on the right track, but we have some work to do and some ways to go, and we need to continue to push that. We want to continue to recapitalize the city's infrastructure as we have been for the last 5 or 6 years. The city's resilience plan is still being developed. It's about 90% complete. Deputy City Manager Gild that's one of her high to-do list items is to get that finished so we can start the implementation of that. And that's not just sea level rise, that's resilience across all the different facets: food safety, education, transportation, across all the different aspects of resilience. And then our goal is always to provide responsive and professional service delivery. So next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Gild so she can talk about her part of the organization. So Jackie. Julian, is Jackie there?
I wasn't unmuted yet. Yeah. One, overarching effort is to implement both the mayor and that are related to not just the environmental sustainability issues across all programs of the city.
Jackie, is everyone hearing her clearly?
I am not.
I'm getting a lot of static and.
Oh no.
Jackie, can you go off of video and just be on audio and see if that helps?
Let's see if that helps. Yeah. Is that good?
No.
No.
Okay.
No. I'll go in. I'll
terrible.
Do you have two devices on or?
No, I don't. I didn't see if that's any better, David. If you just want to go.
So you should probably try disconnecting and reconnecting.
Yeah. I'll do that. Okay.
Alderman Arnett, are you with us yet? I guess not.
He is. He's having trouble. And I'm about to run over there to help him. I think we may have it.
David, do you want to just pick up?
Yeah, I will.
And go on. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the WCA manager is the chief environmental officer for the city. Again, a big part of it's to implement the priorities. Jackie, you want to try again?
I'll try again. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Great. Okay. So overarching everything is that we put a resilience sustainability lens on everything that the city, all our programs, all our activities, all our projects. And as David mentioned before, it's not just environmental, it's everything and everything that we do, but the environment is driving a lot of our decision-making in our resilience plan. Obviously, it's the climate stressors that cause us to make some new decisions. And as David mentioned earlier, one of my priorities is to finish our resilience plan that we started last year with University of Maryland and Throw Environmental. What Racine and I also do is chair the Waterways Cabinet, which is providing information, ideas, and feedback on water quality specific issues to the mayor and between city staff and the nonprofit organizations and community representatives that staff the Waterways Cabinet. We also, Racine and I also staff the Environmental Commission and the Conservancy Board. Next slide, please.
Could I just ask a quick question, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Yes, Alderman Gay.
Is Racine a full-time employee?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome.
She's the environmental programs coordinator.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, so one of our high priority programs is our compliance with our MS4 permit. We work with Public Works primarily to ensure that we are meeting all permit requirements, that we are reporting, that we are performing our public outreach and education, and that we are implementing all the requirements of the MS4 permit, which include good housekeeping practices, illicit discharge detection, and also making sure we're reducing the impervious surface in the city. We are on target. We are in compliance currently, and we will continue to be in compliance. We also, in the past year, we have, with the addition of the amendments to the Forest Conservation Act, our 1-to-1 tree replacement, we are making adequate progress, I would say, towards our tree canopy goals of 50% by 2036. That is somewhat hampered by the fact that there is some cuts last year to the tree planting budget for our city forester, who's now in planning and zoning. But we are developing a plan with, we performed a tree canopy assessment this past year and FY21. And with that tree canopy assessment that we now have in hand, we'll be developing a strategic plan with the city forester as to how much we need to plant and where each year in order to reach that 50% tree canopy goal. Also during this year, we entered in a formal partnership with the Chesapeake Bay Trust to fund watershed restoration projects that they help identify, manage, and fund with our water restoration fund fee that we put towards it. We put $300,000 into it this year. Just this past week, we had our first review of the projects that came in for funding through the city part of it. The Anne Arundel County has been doing this for a number of years, so we've now joined in. We're part of the Anne Arundel County projects, but we have a separate funding. So for projects done in the city, the funding comes from our water restoration fund. For the ones that are done in the county, they use their fund, but it kind of falls under a program called the Anne Arundel County Watershed Restoration. So we'll be making decisions, final decisions later in this week about which projects we fund. There are 4 we're looking at right now. We also we expanded our critical area fee in lieu use, so it's more flexible. It's not just for planting trees in the critical area anymore. We can do all sorts of restoration projects, including living shorelines and funding surveys of properties that we would like to put conservation easements upon. With Public Works and Planning and Zoning, especially with Planning and Zoning, and in concert with the Conservation Board, we developed identified parcels of city-held owned properties, as well as those that may be privately owned and others that we might want to put conservation easements on, to develop a network of green spaces, whether they could actually be used or there for viewing or as connection corridors or habitat corridors. We developed those, and also our MIT department helped us tremendously with this to identify those properties that could be a greenway, and that is becoming part of the comprehensive plan. See. Oh, and Hawkins Cove, we've highlighted that because that took a great effort from different departments of the city, as well as staff in the mayor's office, to perform initial community outreach to determine what the surrounding communities would like to see happen in Hawkins Cove. It's in a degraded condition right now. It has a lot of potential as a recreational area or just for passive enjoyment. So we did a number of listening sessions and gathered that information to incorporate into the grant proposal that I put together to submit to the Chesapeake Bay Trust for funding. What we learned that the communities were generally supportive of a living shoreline concept. There's some a canoe, kayak, paddleboard type launch, and potentially benches and picnic tables on the shore to perhaps fix the dock that is existing there to make it usable and improve the trails that are at Hawkins Cove right now and provide greater connectivity to Truxton Park and other areas of the city on the other side. Primrose Road there that runs between Truxton Park and Hawkins Cove. So we're still waiting to hear from the Chesapeake Bay Trust on whether they will fund that proposal. And we also have interest from a community member who is interested in providing some funding to help with that project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. All right, so these are the performance measures that we established last year for this year for FY21. We were looking at how far we got with our MSL permit requirements. As I reported, we're on track to meet all of making good progress against them and to be on time for our reporting cycle. Number of meetings held with the Waterways Cabinet. Got a little bit derailed there. We're supposed to have 3 at least every year with the full stakeholder group, and then in between meetings, 3 more with the city staff, but COVID interrupted that a bit. We will be resuming meetings hopefully next month or in June with the Waterways Cabinet. We had virtual meetings during COVID over the winter. We're trying to set up with planning and zoning a environmental stakeholders meeting, which will include the Waterways Cabinet members on the comprehensive plan, just to talk about the environmental type of issues that are covered by the comp plan, which, as you know from Eric's presentation to City Council, the environment is woven all through the comp plan. He did an excellent job with that. We have also that we've talked about doing a transboundary pollution agreement with the county. We initiated some discussions with the county, but it's not a high priority right now with the county to address. So we'll probably resume that in the fall with them. The no discharge zone has not been approved yet. Again, COVID slowed down the federal government as well. The no discharge zone has made its way through Maryland DNR, State Maryland Department of the Environment, and back to EPA Region 3. It's received approvals. It has received comments, been put out for general comments from the public, and those are being incorporated into the final decision by EPA. We expect a decision, a favorable decision, sometime very soon, imminently. In fact, we had aimed to get the no discharge zone in place in public for the beginning of the voting season this spring, but that may be delayed a little bit longer. It's all COVID delays, unfortunately. I mentioned already the critical area MOU that allows us to undertake more activities with our fee in lieu. That was approved just a couple of months ago. So starting to talk to our city arborist and others in planning and zoning and public works about the types of activities that we can start using that for. I know that the Conservancy Board would like to put some conservation easements on properties. Most notably, if we are going to do a project at Hawkins Cove, they would like to put that property, have a conservation easement on that property so that the hillside, the forested hillside where the trails are located, could not be developed. Next slide, please. Other performance measures, we had talked about passing a plastic bag ban, but then that was withdrawn for your review because we thought that we should not be imposing any additional burdens on businesses during COVID. We have done made upgrades to the integrated pest management policy with new science, but it's not finalized just yet. That it will probably be done within the next month. We do have to not only know how many trees we planted. We planted about, I think, 80 trees last year, but we are on track. As I said, slowly, but we are on track to meet our 50% tree canopy goal by 2036. And we also completed the tree canopy assessment. Food waste collected in city households. We initiated 2 seasonal composting programs last fall. We did a pumpkin composting project at Truxton Park with Annapolis Green, and we were able to divert from our landfill 5 tons of compost, and that was just with pumpkins. So there was a lot of interest from residents and requests that we do neighborhood curbside composting and have other single site drop-off locations. We are initiating another one at the end of the summer, again with Annapolis Green at Truxton Park. That will be a 6-month pilot program. And also, I'm working with Public Works on a neighborhood curbside pilot program. We have to select a neighborhood that we will do it with. We've started talking to a composting company about cost and logistics and that sort of thing. And Public Works has a consultant that they're working with on that program. So this will all provide you and city staff information about the level of interest and where we should be composting, where the communities that are interested, what it would take to bring it citywide. So that will all be happening beginning later this summer. I know that Public Works has put in a budget request for that pilot program, the neighborhood pilot program, but we do have the grant money to do the single site drop-off location in Truxton Park for 6 months already. We have completed one greenhouse gas inventory. We had performed one, the city that is, performed a greenhouse gas inventory, one for the city-owned government buildings and then one for the community. Those are outdated, quite a bit outdated. So in the past year, we completed the greenhouse gas inventory for the city government-owned buildings, and we're putting the final touches on that. We have not yet initiated the one for the community. We will most likely seek grant funding to have that performed by consultants so that it can be done much more efficiently. The last one I have down here for performance measures is the number of energy efficiency projects completed or identified. We were finishing up our projects we identified through the Honeywell audit that was performed several years ago. The last piece of it was to install LED lighting in our pump houses, 20 pump houses, and in the police station and the top level of GOTS Garage. All of these projects were performed already this year. Next slide, please. So going forward for 2023 to 26, identified 5 major goals. And the first was to implement the practices to reduce pollutants per the Chesapeake Bay Pollution Diet, otherwise known as the TMDL, or Total Maximum Daily Load, by 2025. That is a EPA mandated requirement to have all practices in place by 2025. You don't have to be meeting your water quality requirements by that time, but you just have to have the practices in place that will help us achieve the water quality goals of the EPA pollution diet. So we are on track. We are doing restoration projects to reduce our impervious surface and improve water quality. As you all know, you've heard about our GreenVest projects that we're working on with GreenVest, that is to help us identify where to do projects and where to implement restoration projects. We are initiating that work with a top to bottom approach to the Back Creek and Spot Creek watersheds, and we're not wed to just do projects in those 2 watersheds. We will have some fill-in projects as they make sense in our other creeks and streams and rivers. Goal 2 is to meet our MS4 permit requirements, to reduce 20% of impervious surface by 2024. As I mentioned previously, we are on track to meet those goals. And part of that are the projects we're doing through GreenVest, as well as with other nonprofits. Goal 3 is to eliminate single-use plastics from our waste stream. We performed 2 behavior change public education projects in the past year. One was performed last summer, at the end of the summer, that was directed to the restaurants and hotels, primarily to reduce the use of plastic containers and utensils and use alternative projects. That was called Plastic Free Annapolis. And we're in the process right now of starting the second project, which is entitled right now, But It's Plastic, and it's aimed at cigarette butt litter. Both of these projects were performed and are being performed with grant funding from DNR. And then, of course, we had worked on the plastic bag ordinance, but that was, as I mentioned before, was put on hold for time being, as well as the state General Assembly was looking at doing the same sort of thing. Goal 4 is to replace the city fleet with alternative fuel vehicles. I have started working with Public Works with the fleet manager on identifying vehicles to replace. I've also been in discussion with Director Gordon about replacing buses and talking about different size buses to use in the city to go electric, and also for alternative fuel vehicles for our fleet, as well as, so they may be hybrids, plug-in hybrids, or just pure electric vehicles. We determined to start first with our the cars that we use for inspections and the ones that the staff generally uses, because it's low-hanging fruit. They're the easier cars to replace, and they're cheaper cars to replace. But first and foremost, we need infrastructure. As you know, we have installed a charging unit at the Pitt Moyer Recreation Center. Charging units are going in on other locations, including the GOTS Garage, and we've identified other areas to put them. Hillman Garage will have electric vehicle charging stations when it is rebuilt. So first and foremost, we need the infrastructure as we start to turn the fleet over to electric. And that I'm also speaking with a number of collaboratives about ways for efficient and effective purchasing. Goal 5 is to improve water quality of all city waterways, to remove them from the Clean Water Act impaired list. Again, the restoration projects that we're doing throughout the city itself, and the work the nonprofits are doing are helping us to achieve those goals. And as I mentioned before, there are 4 new projects that we are considering for funding through the Chesapeake Bay Trust. And I think that's all we have for my report. We can check the next slide.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good. So could you repeat what you said while I wasn't here?
You'll have to tell me what that was, Ross.
Yeah, I heard most of your presentation. Sorry about the technology mess up, but you can blame Comcast for that. I'll urge everyone to switch to Verizon. Are there questions? I have a number of them, but are there questions from committee members first, please?
Mr. Chair, I promised Alderman Savage that I would call on him first because he's on a strict time limit. So I will ask you to recognize Alderman Savage.
Yes, Alderman Savage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Madam Alderwoman. But thank you. I do have to get out, so I just have a quick question. And to Ms. Guile, I guess I'll just save my questions for you, I guess, for the Environmental Matters Committee meeting this Wednesday. But I guess for now, I do have a question for the city manager, Mr. Jarrell, and it's mostly around. Well, first of all, I'll say I'm glad to see that addressing the structural deficit is I think the first goal you have listed. That really, I'm glad to see that. And my question kind of revolves around that to a bit, because I saw that you're proposing to convert one of the community services positions from contract to civil servant. And, just in light of our structural deficit, I'm hesitant to add any positions, unless we can identify some equivalent cuts in other positions. And especially I'm thinking one of the public safety departments, fire or police, just because they have the most staff. And I think the community services department really, one of the goals I think is to, essentially be preventing crime and getting people out of that situation. So, I'm wondering if there may be opportunities to take some funding from the police to shift to that group. But I'm also hoping you'll tell me that it's going to be a grant funded position anyway.
We're always seeking grants for all those positions, especially those types of positions, because I think that there is a lot of funding that's available out there for that. We're certainly looking for the one that's going to stay a contract employee, but we're looking for any available funding. Sort of the philosophy of that is we see that as a long-term position. Really, contract positions should be 5 years or less. And we put that policy, or we're trying to put that policy into place that once you hit the 5-year point as a contract employee, you either convert or you go away, because these contract positions should not be long-term positions. Those should all be civil service. So the Aaron Lee position, the social worker, we definitely want to be a long-term position, so it needs to be converted. It's fully funded in the budget right now, but if there's other opportune funds, we'll certainly seek those and try to obtain those.
Are you looking at potentially shifting money from, because again, I see it seems to be overlap with the goals of the police department in terms of shifting some of the funds from that traditional model of policing towards, I think, the community services, which we see is, I think, the direction many of us want to go. So is that something that's being considered through the whole process?
So right now it's fully funded without doing that. I think, and I'm not going to speak for the council, but my understanding is that the council wants that community service organization to grow further, not just be a 1.5 person organization going forward, that the additional people may be added. And we certainly need to have that discussion of what that's going to look like and what the council's desires are for that. But if that does happen, then the additional personnel that would be added are not funded right now, and we would have to seek funding sources for those. So maybe that's when we start looking at some of those shifts from existing departments. But right now, the 1.5 positions, 1 full-time, 1 part-time positions that we have are fully funded in the budget.
Okay, and thank you. I do see value in, obviously, a lot of value in the community services office, and you addressed my question I'd written down in terms of, I was going to ask if you felt it should be located in your office, but you already addressed that. So I'll look forward to getting into that discussion more when we have legislation. But I'll also be kind of asking. That's where some of my questions with the fire department are going to come from is really because they've had the highest staff growth, and I'm really trying to figure out if we need as many firefighters or fire stations and where we can find money to pay for this very worthwhile new office that we want to look towards. So, but with that, I'll just say thank you both. I'll have to sign off very soon, but thank you to the committee for allowing me to ask my question early.
Rob, before you go, a couple of things. I was listening to Jackie's presentation of her goals, and I was thinking, gee, we should, every time we have a committee meeting, all of the committees, we should just get an update of these goals. I know we do sort of piecemeal, and we do get kind of this from Dr. Nash's presentation on planning and zoning projects, but if these goals are going to have meaning, I think all the committees ought to hear the update on where we are on the goals on a regular basis. And so I was going to suggest that to you. I'm also going to suggest to you, we've had a huge number of trees cut down in backyards in Ward 8 recently. The staff legitimately say there is nothing in code that controls that. One backyard was very heavily forested, and the entirety of all of it was clear cut. And so while Jackie's busy trying to plant 80 new trees, we've got backyards that are being denuded. And I'm certainly going to bring to the consideration of environmental matters that maybe we need to expand the code to cover all of the trees in the city, not just in the front yards. But I think that's going to provide a lot more workload for the forester and inspections staff. So every time we ask for these embellishments, we have to remember that it comes with staff time. I think time well spent, but in any event, wanted to mention that while you were still here, those things are weighing on my mind. So thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Alderwoman Finlayson, Alderman Gay, I saw your hand up, but I wanted to recognize committee members first, please. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether this is timely or not, but I'm looking at the position chart, staffing summary. Alderman Savage kind of opened this door for me. Mr. Gerald, can you tell me, and I'm looking at the grade, and as much as I hate to make it personal, because we only have one person in each of these positions, so it can't help but be personal. But I'm looking at the assistant city manager, who I think is the person who steps in when you're not there and runs things at a grade of 14, and then a deputy city manager for resilience, one category, at 20. That seems not right to me. So why is it that we are not putting our assistant and our deputy at the same level? And I have to be honest, this was one of my concerns when we were having discussions about moving positions. And here we are, what looks like a great disparity to me. So please help me to understand where we are with that.
Sure. So the deputy city manager position was an office head position and is now a very important technical position. So I think that's appropriate. I think for the assistant city manager, we've rewritten the position description to really better reflect what her responsibilities are. It was written one way under the previous city manager, the way she wanted that position to be. We have now rewritten it. And so we need to get that, based on those responsibilities, get it regraded. So that's our plan to do that. Lynn Farrow and I worked together on the rewrite of the position description. I think we have it in a good place now, so we just need to get it regraded.
So when do you predict that the grade's going to change?
When or how much?
When?
Well,
I would expect it to be in this budget.
Yeah, it hasn't been done yet, though. It hasn't been looked at to see what the appropriate grade should be.
Can we make an effort? I would really like to see some equity here, and in this 22 budget.
Well, if I can interject, first of all, there's HR standards, but I don't think those positions are intended to be of equal stature. Deputy city manager versus assistant city manager, but I think that's something where we would, when we get the presentation from HR, we could ask Trish about those kinds of things. But there's KSAs and various other standards that go behind what you establish as the pay level. But I certainly don't see assistant city manager and deputy city manager as the same level of responsibility or same level of KSA requirements.
Well, one of my questions for the city manager, maybe I should have started out with the question, if you are out of the city, who takes over? Who's in charge of all of our departments?
But I don't think that's the most important thing that weighs in on this. Again, the deputy city manager has a very focused view of looking at resilience and sustainability, whereas the assistant city manager, in fact, has a broader view. So Jackie doesn't keep track of stuff with police or keep track of stuff with fire, but the assistant city manager does. So it's appropriate that she step in. We'll see how it's graded. I can't predict how it's going to be graded. We have bulked up the responsibilities in accordance with what I think the assistant city manager should be doing. Again, that's different than what the last city manager thought for the position. Mm-hmm. So we just need to get it graded now based on those responsibilities.
And you just made my point. And this is not to take anything away from the deputy, but the assistant city manager, and one of my arguments was, we don't have a deputy for public safety. We don't have a deputy for other very significant departments within the city. But I will hold off and I'll wait. But I do expect to see a change in this budget, because that's the right thing to do. So, Mr. Chair, we were on track to finish up with all of our departments by 1 o'clock. So we've been rocking and rolling in your absence.
Well, good. I think I'll stay away then. Alderman
I didn't say that.
Did you have any questions before I turn to Alderman Gay?
No.
You're on mute.
I do. I've had my hand up for a while. Tried the automatic thing instead of.
Well, I'm back now, so.
Okay. The question I had was to Mr. Jarrell. I was wondering why are the social worker types under your office instead of under the mayor's? I thought all the other community service type of positions were in the mayor's office.
So this is meant to be a long-term new organization that's eventually going to be a separate office like HR or MIT. So it was just temporarily put under the city manager because we wanted to take away sort of the politics of the whole position. We just wanted it to be, or office, we just wanted to be a service provider to the community. So as soon as I can get legislation introduced and passed, it will become a separate office instead of either under the mayor or under the city manager. And I think that's where it belongs. I think that was the council's intent, was to have it as a separate office.
Thank you.
Oops,
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
I know. Alderman Gay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The first thing I'm going to do is in the next term is tell Gavin to put me on finance and rules and city government, because this is where the action's at.
And that's why the senior people are on those committees.
I see, but y'all gonna have to make room for a rookie, okay? But no, this has been great discussion. I'm enjoying the city manager's presentation. I appreciate the slides. A couple of questions to the Alderman's point, Alderman Savage earlier. You know, there's a lot of things are redundant in the budget as it relates to, you know, services. Like you got, like he was saying, police is doing a lot of what we want the Office of Community Service to be doing. And I would hope that at some point, hopefully in this budget and in this term, we make it a standalone office. I'm not sure if you all don't remember, but there was a public safety meeting or work session that we had when the chief of police said that he would cut $4 million from the police budget for those services, community services. And so to me, it's like, why not give them $5 million, you know, to let them run an office instead of having the police do the job that we would hope the Office of Community Caring Services would do. And so that's my point there. And then secondly, as it related to the deputy city manager's presentation, I was pleased to see that you had a number of initiatives as it relates to electric vehicles and, you know, just really moving forward with transforming the fleet. I think it's great that you're starting, you know, with the inspector roles and stuff like that, obviously, because they're just in the communities more. I see the city of Annapolis cars all the time, you know, and so I think that's great. I would like to be a help anywhere I can with that. I don't know if we can, you know, create some sort of initiative or what, but, you know, that's a passion of mine. So please let me know how I can help there. And then also to the point that Alderwoman Finlayson had made as it related to the 820, 814. This is my personal opinion. No disrespect to anybody on the call. The title, deputy city manager and assistant city manager, they mean the same thing, basically. So fixing up the titles, to me, they do, Fred. When I read assistant city manager and then deputy city manager, it just means the number 2 twice.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, yeah, the title should be switched up. And listen, as a city that is facing financial difficulties, I don't think 814 should be moved to 820. And I don't think 820 should stay at 820 if it's based off of, you know, salary rates. Because again, at this point, we have 3 city managers. Although they have various tasks, we have 3 city managers. And so their salaries alone equate to almost about $500,000. It's about 107, 150 and some change, and then about 180 and some change. And so that's concerning to me. Before we talk about moving anybody up, you know, I appreciate the city managers, you know, explaining that there would be a job description change. But that's concerning to me. That is. It's top-heavy government, and that's the Republican in me coming out. Okay, Fred, I'm going to hold it down for you.
So, all right. So is that part of your pinky finger, the Republican part? So I do have some questions, but Alderwoman Tierney, you've been quiet during this whole session. I'm surprised that you haven't wanted to ask some questions.
No, I was going to ask about $100,000 for special projects and what that was all about. But other than that, I'm listening. I was in the city manager budget. But it's not important.
So, City Manager Darrell.
Yeah, before we leave that, I'll just explain that. So that's for Eileen Fogarty to continue to assist with with all the things that she assists with.
Oh, okay. Oh, yay. Good. I'm glad I asked then. Thank you. Well worth it.
Going to the goals for the city manager and starting with the one that Alderman Savage spoke about briefly, is there a game plan for reducing the structural deficit?
Yeah, so there's two sides to that equation, right? There's the expense side and there's the revenue side. Based on the real estate assessments that we've seen, we think that the revenue side is going to continue to benefit from the increased valuation of the properties. And so it's really an issue of making sure that the personnel costs don't continue to grow at the same pace that they have for the last 4 years. So we're going to open labor negotiations this fall, this coming year, to address the next labor agreement, and we hopefully will be able to be judicious. I know at the last meeting that Alderwoman Finlayson was concerned that we were trying to be not as generous as in the past, but that's where we need to go in order to eliminate the structural deficit is to find a way to control the personnel costs and make sure that they don't grow faster than what our revenues are growing.
So speaking to that and the letter we recently sent to the Financial Advisory Commission, as you say, there's two ways to go. One is to reduce spending, and obviously since so much of our spending is for personnel, that's certainly the major place to look. The other is to increase revenue, and there are several different ways we can do it. First one that comes to mind, is getting a proper pilot from the state that really reflects the costs that we bear because of the state. And I know they're going to turn around and say, well, we give you a lot of grants, but the grants are really of their choosing. The pilot gives us much more discretionary funding. There's also a push I think we could be making, and I saw this in the paper a while ago, I guess within the last couple of weeks, about sharing the sales tax, because we generate quite a bit of sales tax, and all of that leaves our borders. It actually leaves the county's borders as well. But if the state wants to see sustainable local governments, the state is going to have to help us. And then, of course, the final thing with the portability modeling that the FACT is doing is we need to really have a firm understanding of whether we can continue to raise the property tax rate. Maybe we can. I think we are a fairly wealthy city. We're certainly bifurcated in our resources, but there is a high income component to the city. I know the county is looking at differential rates for property taxes, and maybe we have to have differential rates for income categories as well. But it is an easy goal to put down, but I think 2024 is around the corner. And so I think it would be very interesting and particularly in the finance committee, to have a little bit more elaboration as to how we actually are thinking about achieving this goal. Post getting the budget passed, of course, but I, for one, would like to make this a topic of our agenda for further discussions. I think it's a very important aspect. I think the structural deficit is going to continue to grow. We're masking it with these one-time only windfalls from the federal government. And I noted that we're not spending all the ARPA money in 1 year. So that'll help us when we get to fiscal 23. But after that, and please, let's not have another pandemic. After that, we really are on our own, and we do need to look at this structural deficit issue. So with that, I'm sort of putting down a marker that we need to take this up in finance after the budget is done. Alderwoman Finlayson, I bet I sparked some comments from
You think, and you know what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to say it every time we have this discussion. So you can put this on the parking lot list. We cannot talk about eliminating positions without eliminating services. So I think our discussion should be, at least in part, about what services we want to continue to provide. Because we cannot eliminate positions and maintain the same level of service.
So I agree with you in part. And I do think we're long overdue having a serious discussion about what our essential services and expectations from our electorate. But you can also reduce the cost for the staff in terms of the level of step increase, the size of them, how frequently they occur, and in terms of the size of the monies going into the benefits packages. So I think that it's more nuanced than just either we stop providing services or not, because I think there are things we can do, as the city manager has suggested, when we negotiate. Now, I think that's going to be a very interesting negotiation session, and I would certainly like to be a fly on the wall to hear how that all goes down. I don't think anybody is going to be willingly saying, "Oh, sure, we'll take less of an increase in our pay." But we really do have to have a serious talk about what does seem to be an out of control growth in the structural deficit, when our revenues are growing at only the third of the pace of our spending. That's not sustainable. And when we update for the Finance Committee report that table, comparing property tax to the wage bill, I think we're going to see that disparity continues to grow, masked by some one-time only windfalls, but it is continuing to grow.
Mr. Chair, I welcome that discussion because I think you will learn a lot about salaries and benefits and retention and hiring. And we are known as being an organization that provides excellent service to our constituents. And everything that you're talking about will impact that. So as long as we keep that in mind, as long as we understand that, when we change the value we feel for our employees, they will change also. So, but I will welcome having that discussion at a later date.
Actually,
we still have two other.
I take your point, and in fact, it is you who has said that we need to do a survey of our constituents, because not all constituents believe we're providing excellent services. And in fact, not all constituents believe we're providing enough services. Others believe that they can do without some of those services and pay less in taxes. So that's putting it all on the table. And I've agreed with you that having a constituent, and it really speaks to goal 3 here for the city manager, the continuous improvement culture and service delivery. I struck in a recent meeting with Alderwoman Pendel Charles, questioning whether the trash service is of the same power as it was at one time when it was done by the city. It is certainly less expensive than when it was done by the city, but it's also only half the frequency. And there are complaints from different parts of the city about the quality of the trash collection. Maybe we're doing the best we can, but we are kind of operating in a vacuum in terms of making the assertion that we provide the highest quality services. And I'm assuming that part of what Goal 3 speaks to is a culture of continuous improvement. I can speak for my constituents. There is a feeling that on various areas that they're not the highest priority. So I know this is opening up a sticky can of worms, but it is here in the goals. And if we're going to take the goals seriously, I think that we need to be pursuing getting under the hood for each one of those sets of goals.
Mr. Chair, my last question, and it isn't a significant one, but what page can we find the goals for the city manager's office?
Well, you raise a good point, and I was going to ask for this myself. It's
not in the budget book. It's
okay.
not.
Could we have a copy?
Yeah, I was going to ask for that myself. I'd like to get sent to us all of these slides. What I've done is printed them out and appended them at the back of each of the sections for the department. And that speaks back to something that was brought up right around the time I was cut off. I appreciate the economy of turning these things two sections or two things on a page, but I want to print out this particular section page by page so that I can interleave in a logical way the background materials that we get as we go on. So
okay, maybe we can ask for all of these things at the end after the other two departments have a chance to present.
So Alderman Gay and then Director Dickinson.
Thank you very much.
Dickinson, was this on this particular point? Yes, please go ahead and then I'll get you all.
Okay, what I was going to say is as we're doing these presentations, the slides are going to Takia and she could print them out for you and with 3-hole punch paper or something and put them in your slots or whatever so you could tuck them into your binders.
That's fine. I went to look for the slides going to iLegislate and they're not attached to there. I was going to just print them out myself because I have that grand $1,500 stipend to pay for ink and paper. But if we can get them done by the city, that would be wonderful. I appreciate that. Takia?
With the exception of MITs, which will be attached later, they are attached to each agenda item. They were sent to me over the weekend, so I attached them this morning.
Okay, but when I can't print it out of my iPad, so I went to the city iLegislate agenda for the Rules Committee, and I didn't find them when I go to iLegislate. I was going to print them out before the meeting, but I couldn't find them.
You mean the Finance Committee?
Right, I went to the agenda for today's Finance Committee, and I couldn't find any of these attachments. That could be user error, but I couldn't find them to print them out.
They're attached to the ID, the individual ID.
Yeah, well, that's where I looked. But,
okay. Well, it depends on what time you went. Like I said, I attached them this morning. So if you didn't refresh, they wouldn't have been there.
Right.
Okay.
Alderman Gay?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. Takia, first off, thank you very much. I did see the one email this morning. The printouts would be helpful, and I'll swing by and at your leisure. Please don't rush for me. And then also, Jody, when you Director Dickinson, when you send out the slides. Can you put them in that drive that Brian created for us so that they can all just be in that one place?
So I'm not sending them out. The departments are finishing them themselves and sending them. I don't know if they're going through the city manager, but the departments can also access the Google Drive, I believe, and put them up there for you.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful. That's all. And like I said, I'm not rushing anybody. At you guys' leisure, please.
MIT's is in the folder already. Brian uploaded his to the shared drive.
Oh, awesome. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that, Takia. I forgot what my point was.
You're such an old man.
I know. It's rubbing off on me.
Boy, that makes me feel good.
There was
it's not just me.
A previous point made before we started talking about the actual binder. What were we discussing?
Well, we were discussing.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, Ross, to your point. Yeah, to your point. I just wanted to agree with you entirely as you were discussing some of the hard challenges that we will have to face. And I'm looking to learn from you and the other members of the committee, but I want to be involved in that because, as I mentioned previously, I think that I am scared to pass the buck down the line, as they say, or whatever the slogan is, in Tennessee, Texas. But, I really am, because I'm worried about future deaths for my generation and what the city will look like, And so, in particular, the one slide that Davenport presented last week was concerning to me, when there was like $935,000 in wiggle room. They were saying, if you continued on this track, you would only be able to borrow this much. And that was concerning to me, and I haven't forgot that. And so I want to look for solutions. And so I just wanted to say I support you, and I'm looking forward to conversation.
Thank you. There's a lot more to be said about that, but we are going to have another presentation from Davenport later in the schedule for the Finance Committee hearings, and I think that would be a good time to talk about that. There is really latitude. That restriction is self-imposed by us for being conservative fiscal management of our debt policy. And so that was if we wanted to stay at the 11% level. Here we go, we're saving energy. Anyway, we are running long, but Alderwoman Finlayson, and then I thought I saw someone else's hand.
Mr. Chair, I am going to request respectfully that we go on with our departments. We have 2 departments that are waiting. So could we let MIT begin their presentation?
I think that was right where we were headed. So let us, I don't have a, come on, slide for that, but
I'm trying to open it and I can't open it. So if Julian could put up his presentation, or I'm sorry, not Julian, Brian, because I'm not able to open it. What was just sent to us this morning.
Yeah, can you open it directly from the Google Drive? I've been kind of tinkering with it while I've been listening this morning. I didn't send anything to Kia. I've been using the working documents folder in Google Drive. That's what I'm saying. If you open it directly from Google Drive, it'll have everything in it because it updates in real time. Should be able to go to view and then go to full screen. Bottom. Where that works. So, hi guys. Brian Paquin, MIT manager. Let's just, I'm going to go pretty quickly, I think. So let's just go ahead and dive right in. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is not it. Julian. Yep, coming at you. You know, you have, Julian, you have view rights to this Google Drive folder. I'm going to send you a link. So I thought I was being Johnny on the spot during Monday's meeting. Rob, or Alderman Savage, recommended that we make a Google Drive folder for sharing all the budget documents, and I created that, and that's where I've been keeping my stuff.
Brian, you always raise the bar for everyone else.
Julian, you'll know you're looking at the right thing if the second slide says MIT team on it. Right on.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought I had it, but it's not right.
Okay, so as all of you, I'm sure, are pretty well aware, the MIT team consists of myself, the manager, 2 MIT specialist positions, 2 MIT analysts, and MIT admin support analysts. So, you know, the specialists are your desktop support people. And you know who I left off of here is poor Pete, my network engineer. I didn't manage to sneak him in here. So 2 MIT specialists, 2 MIT analysts, an MIT network engineer, and an MIT admin support specialist. Our GIS side is GIS coordinator and a GIS technician, and our web team consists of exactly one person, you know, the webmaster. Next slide, please. So FY21 highlights. As you can imagine, the pandemic kind of took control and did what it wanted with our year more than kind of superseded our plans and goals going into the year, and required to be either delayed or reprioritized. A big part of what we were doing was facilitating telework and trying to improve on that technology as the year wore on. So that included, you know, acquiring, replacing, and providing laptops, Chromebooks, monitors, and printers for working from home. One of the biggest highlights of the FY so far has been the rollout of the new city website, and that was a lot of work and a lot of dedication by the webmaster and the mayor's office CIO. So thank you very much to them. Our GIS team felt the impact of the pandemic as much as the operations side did, insofar as just reacting to the needs of the city department and how they were providing services to the public during the pandemic. And a lot of that was, you know, a good example is mapping the recovery zones and creating new GIS layers for that sort of stuff. The carry-out dining map, which we here in the office used quite a bit early on to figure out who's open for carry-out and trying to help the local restaurants. and other COVID-related projects, as well as the CAD on RMS project. That is a new CAD and RMS system at the police department that's computer-aided dispatch and record management. That went live just a couple of weeks ago, and our GIS team had a lot to do with that as well. So, yep, just the last bullet on that is just, we want to continue to bring you guys great customer service. And, just try to stay ahead of the curve and provide a continuously updated computing environment to maximize safety and productivity. Next slide, please. So because of how things got moved around, I talked to the team here and we were comfortable keeping the goals pretty much the same from last year. Since so much attention got diverted away from these tasks, a lot of things got done to push them forward and some progress was made, but we really want to see these brought to completion. So we've pushed these goals forward into this year, and hopefully we can get to some sort of normalcy and get back to trying to do the things that we had set out to do at the beginning of the last fiscal year. So these are gonna look and sound familiar if you were with us last time. Next slide, please.
Wait, Brian, could you?
Yes, sir.
I'm curious about sort of what lies underneath the first goal. What are some examples of reducing manual processes by using automation?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if we go to the next slide.
Okay, never mind.
So what we want to do is, everybody saw this slide last year, but what we want to do is speak to the departments, see what sort of additional modules that we can roll out using our Tyler Technologies products. It's mostly Munis, but we've also brought other Tyler Technologies products on board, and including the ongoing rollout of EnerGov that's under development and will be going live in FY22. But target and develop and schedule the rollout of these additional modules to try to assist efficiency by reducing manual processes, reducing paper, using the software tools that, quite frankly, we already own, and further develop and refine those processes for these departments. The performance measures, the number of new departments deploying new modules. This past year, that was all because if we were answering, honestly, we did, now it's escaping me. Carrie's going to be so mad at me. I know P-card processing went live, which removed the paper process for a lot of departments, brought that into the Munis system is a good example of rolling out a new module and that landed with everyone. So
we did the check request. We did the check request too.
Yes, the check request. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. And so the number of modules implemented, again, so much got sidetracked during the pandemic. We want to reach our goal, which will be discussed a little farther down. All right, next slide, please. My instant messenger's going off with my staff telling me I'm an idiot, I'm sure. There we go. Thank you. So as we talked about a couple of slides ago, our GIS team's priorities really got altered during the pandemic for as far as mapping special events, recovery zones, special projects for fire and police emergency services, things of that nature. So this goal also still stands, that we want to move forward with the partnership with Anne Arundel County of this open data web portal to bring more information to the public in an easy to access way. And we also want to publicize the availability of that data and drive traffic to these sites and just make the data more easily available. Next, please, Julian. Server virtualization. So from an operations side, this is another one that we achieved some progress on this out of necessity over the last year, not so much in the way that we had planned. We had, of course, the eTrack issues that required us to end up virtualizing that where it wasn't before. Things of that nature, some hardware issues and things kind of forced our hand towards virtualization, but it wasn't the planned migration that we had sought to move forward. So we still have great hardware in the racks ready to go for that. And as things are looking like they're starting to get back to normal, we're going to proceed with that to shrink our footprint in the data center, reduce our energy consumption, and improve redundancy. So that's the end goal there, and we're going to move forward with that. Next, please. This is ongoing work. I checked with our webmaster this morning. This is still a valid goal for 22. Primarily working towards that 100% of new content being posted to the website being ADA compliant. We have a lot of training to do to try to gain compliance from our content providers in the departments. A lot of departments have staff that have the ability to post directly to the website so that all of this stuff doesn't have to funnel through one person to get posted. We're working really hard on making the training available and getting those folks to participate in the training so that the stuff that they're posting is ADA compliant as well. So that's a work in progress. Our webmaster tells me that we are at 85% compliance, which is a really impressive number when you consider that the average is around 70% for a website our size. So we're doing quite well on that, but we do really want to continue to move forward and get as close as we can to that 100% ADA compliant goal. Next, please. This one's been a tough one. As I'm sure you all know, we are without our PC security specialist that will be looking to do some training and position filling to fill that void. But we continue to prioritize training and education for our staff. So we're gonna move forward with that. The PC and servers being joined to the domain. The servers we did much better on. The PCs not so much, because for the majority of the year there weren't too many people sitting at their PCs. We were working with laptops and Chromebooks and supporting that. We're going to continue we're bumping this forward a fiscal year. We're going to get it done this year. We're actually very close to being able to automate the process of joining these PCs to the domain and move forward with that. Next, please. Long-term goals. We want to have the funding and the manpower to continue to replace about 100 endpoints per year as they age out on a 5-year schedule. That's something that has not been done in years past. We have an aging fleet. We did a lot of catching up on that this past year, especially with the laptops, with the assistance of the CARES funding, and quite frankly, out of necessity. We had a lot of old laptops out there without webcams. We had a lot of old machinery that was being relied on more heavily than it had in the past. So we replaced a lot of laptops. So we're doing pretty well there. Desktops, again, we got to step up as we move forward into this FY. Number 2 is the Enterprise Asset Management System, which is an asset management and work order program that is a part of the Munis suite that will, and any of you guys know, I get really excited, anybody that talks to me about Munis and things, I get very excited about unifying all of our workflows into one dashboard so that people don't have to remember multiple logins and people don't have to go to multiple places to do multiple pieces of their job. So bringing that under one roof with Tyler and one workflow and one dashboard is a big long-term goal of ours. It's going to take time and it's going to take money, but it is a long-term goal. Integrate the city and county GIS. That is, we're just starting to scratch the surface of that with our open data layers, but we really want to move into a full partnership with Anne Arundel County so that citizens and businesses can get the data they need without worrying if a piece of property is in Annapolis proper or not. You can go to, that's just a small example, but, putting all that stuff in one place, making it easy to access. We're starting to scratch the surface now, but that's something that we want to get much, much more involved in moving forward. Making our Annapolis.gov website 100% mobile compliant, which means fully adaptive, which the new version does pretty well. But we also need to keep pushing towards that ADA compliance. We need to make this available to all of our citizens, regardless of the language they speak or whatever disability they may have. And the last one is just a long-term goal, which is basically we want to greatly reduce, and the pandemic truly underlined the need for this, is the need to not have to show up at City Hall or Warman Street to do your business. We want to make 90+% of the government's services available online. We have made strides toward that, but yeah, again, the pandemic really made it very, very clear that we needed to refresh our technology. The EnerGov project is going to go a long way towards making the permitting process and the licensing processes of the city much more streamlined and less face-to-face interaction. If that's not necessary, or not necessitating face-to-face interaction if it's not wanted. Next, please. This is the summary of the requests in your that could be found in your budget book. Everybody else puts it in there, so I felt obligated to put it in mine too. Next, please. So capital outlay. This is just kind of quick and dirty, normal stuff. We've got $40,000 in the hopper for hardware replacement in the server room. This is as we, as operating systems age out, as hardware ages out, we may or may not be ready to fully virtualize that piece of equipment. So this gives us flexibility to replace hardware in kind if needed. $30,000 for replacement voice over IP desk phones. So those desk phones you guys have in your cubes over there in City Hall, they are old and they are no longer going to be supported in the next iteration of the software that comes down the line in the next year to 18 months. Now, we aren't obligated to necessarily upgrade right away, but we have to begin the replacement process for hundreds and hundreds of desk phones. You don't want to have to do that all at once. We don't have the manpower or the budget for that. So year over year, we just buy a mess of them and we replace them as they fail and as we get around to getting through them. $10,000 for PC and laptop replacements kind of speaks for itself. $50,000 for network switch replacement for remote city sites. Those switches are also aging out and need to be replaced. That is the, for those that don't know, a network switch is the big guy that sits in the rack. It's got a bunch of holes in the front of it, and that's where your computers and your phones plug in the data closet. So those things are getting a little old, and we have been using a stepwise technique over the last couple of years to get those replaced. We started with City Hall, which of course was a massive undertaking. We've done APD, and now it's time to start moving out to the remote sites. So that's where that $50,000 is earmarked for. These are normal year over year. We've been asking for these last two since the world was young. Miscellaneous equipment replacement. These are your keyboards, your mice, your monitors, things of that nature. And the other $8,000 is printer replacements. Printers break, and everybody's got them at home, though they never work. We go through some smaller printers. The bigger ones tend to last, but the smaller ones we replace on a pretty regular basis. So that's where that 8,000 goes. Next, please. So miscellaneous contractual services, overall increased by 14,685, which actually is not half bad considering when you start looking down these bullets at all of the annual increases that are baked into these contracts. Our Munis application maintenance goes up 5% every year. Our Munis system management goes up 5% every year. Munis disaster recovery, 5% every year. So to actually only increase our overall budget by less than $15,000 this year, we actually cut a few line items to try to keep this flat as we headed into this FY, knowing the revenue shortfalls that the city had taken on because of COVID. So we really tried to stretch and make this go a long way and not have our typical 5 to 8% increase on miscellaneous contractual services this year. So I won't bore you like I did last year and read off all of these. Again, this presentation is available to you in that shared drive I created for you. So if you have any specific questions about these, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, the other thing is a lot of this kind of stuff has network security implications, so I don't tend to talk about them in these sorts of public forums. But please feel free to reach out to me if you see anything here that you have a specific question over. I'm happy to answer. Let's do a next one, please, Julian. That's easy. Next one, please. I hope you guys will forgive me for asking for this extra $10, but that's all our training and education is going to go up. That's going to also remain flat this year. Next, please. So I don't know if this is wasting everyone's time or not, but we'll go ahead and run through them anyway. We would like, the first one is ADA compliance. Now, Ina's doing a heck of a job, and everyone involved is doing a heck of a job in turning out compliant web pages. But the big problem that we have on our website are the PDFs. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 12,000 PDFs on our website that are in no way, shape, or form ADA compliant. A lot of them have been, most of them, if not all of them, have been the pages that they're hosted on. There's a notification that says that if an ADA compliant copy is needed, that one can be supplied upon request. But those PDFs need to be either removed or remediated to get towards our compliance goals. Remediation is expensive, as you can see here. So we would like to get our $10,000 a year over year, so we can slowly start to chew into that. A lot of these aren't going to be remediated. They're scanned pieces of handwritten paper and things of that nature. They're going to have to come down if possible, or again, just stay there with the notation that, you know, a compliant copy can be provided upon request. Overtime budget. We don't do a lot of overtime here. We have 4 non-exempt employees they're wonderful. They go above and beyond. And right now, the way we compensate them is with comp time. Well, we're a very small shop, and the problem with comp time is that at some point they have to take it. So for every hour that they go above and beyond, that is an hour that I am without them at some point down the road, because I want them to take the benefit that they have earned. So a very, very small overtime budget could alleviate the need for them to accrue comp time in the way that they do, for us to stay normally staffed during business hours and not have to hand out that comp time. Excuse me. So this is just something that we're throwing out there as an idea it would help us tremendously. I mean, really more from a staffing perspective, as far as, you know, not having all this leave that needs to be taken. So, and then the next one, the G Suite licenses. What we would really like to do is provide a city email address for every city employee, be that an equipment operator at Spa Road or with Rec and Parks maintenance, things of that nature. You know, we provide so much information, even to our employees now electronically. It would be very nice for everyone to have their own email account, so that information can be properly disseminated and you're not relying on a supervisor to hand them a piece of paper or things like that. And then the other side of it is we have employee self-service now. We also have intranet access from off-net, which means you can get to the city intranet from home with a login. And being able to enforce password changes and things like that through a city email account is very important to us. So this, again, is not an acquisition cost. This would be an ongoing licensing cost. This would be year over year. So this would have to go in the miscellaneous contractual services budget. And then the IT strategic plan is old and kind of out of date and talks about a lot of technology that doesn't get used anymore. So at some point in the future, we would like to have a new strategic plan completed, and that's a little on the pricey side at $70,000. So just putting that out there as something on the roadmap for the future that we're really going to need to have that done sooner or later. Next slide, please. And that's it. MIT is dedicated to delivering high quality technology-based services in hopefully a time-effective manner. Municipalities are increasingly a target for cyber crimes. We've seen it happen all over the state. So these threats are always changing. That's why we request funding for training, additional contractual services, and keeping our hardware modern. That's how a lot of these issues that you hear about end up happening is on old software and old hardware. So we'd like to continue to be able to protect city assets and information, and we look forward to doing our best for you in FY22 and hopefully beyond. And that's all we've got.
Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian, I hope that in your training, you include one for us. Because, you know, you upgrade and do all these wonderful things, and we have no clue. So just keep that in mind. And Alderman Arnett is waving his hand in the background. But keep it in mind when you're training staff, include us, please. Two quick questions. One, there was a $100,000 reduction in capital outlay for between 21 and 22.
Yeah. Mr. City Manager, would you mind helping me out with this one? So there was a little bit of a miscommunication when it came time to talk about the cuts that we were going to make heading into 22. There was a little bit of a miscommunication with some numbers. Mr. Gerald?
Yeah. So we're going to revisit that number. There apparently was a miscommunication between MIT and finance. So we're going to figure out what that right number is. And if an amendment is needed to increase that, then we'll work with Director Dickinson to get that together.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, Ms. Finlayson, also in the interim, you know, these numbers were put together quite a while back. In the interim, we've gotten more and more involved at the police department since the departure of Mr. Truitt and Mr. Reed over there, who are taking care of a lot of day-to-day hands-on things. We've discovered that, well, not discovered is probably not the right word. I've decided that I would like to push a little harder to also modernize their hardware and software over there. So we're going to make a significant expenditure in FY22 to get them more into the fold and not operating as their own entity. So we want we want to provide some desktop PCs, some monitors, some copies of Microsoft Office over there to get them more in line with what the rest of the city's doing. So we've also asked, so out of the capital outlay, the cuts that we made, in addition to the minor error that was made between myself and finance, primarily my fault, but we also requested an additional $25,000 be reinstituted into our budget so that we can better handle that. And that's just something that's come up between January and now. So when the amendment comes up, you'll see that reflected as well as the correction to what we had initially submitted.
I know for a while their concern had been security. You know, they maintain a lot of data as it relates to criminal activity and that kind of thing, and tracking, that they're always sensitive about getting out. But anyway, you guys will work that out. My other question had to do with the amount for your strategic plan. I'm watching the cat walk. I'm getting out of the way. $70,000 for your strategic plan. Did you price that out? Because when we did it before, it cost us $30,000. And I know this is insignificant, but that just seems like a lot, or it's really gone up since we did it last, and we never finished. So maybe that's why I was.
Yeah, it's a pretty in-depth study, which involves conversations with city staff and leadership and things of that nature. If we're all being frank with each other, I understand that that's probably not happening this year. But what I can do is I can get a firm number heading into FY23, and we'll have a much better idea. Well, that's something that would almost certainly have to be put out for RFP. And that dollar amount. So 70 was a conservative ballpark to be able to just be sure that we had enough there.
I think we all need a strategic planning contractor, period, for the entire city. And so, but anyway, that's one person. Thank you, Mr. And what you sent us, the city emblem, is in the front of the text.
Yeah, and I noticed that while I was trying to edit it. Yeah, it's not a lot of fun to edit it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Alderman Payon, did I see a hand raised from you? Maybe he left his hand and went away. I do have a couple questions, and I'll get to you, Alderman Gay, but one of the sources of constant aggravation is when we as council members run into a technical difficulty and we go to IT and we find out this was software that was not purchased by IT and isn't under IT's control. And of course, my favorite one is things that goes by two aliases, Granicus and iLegislate, although I think they're the same thing, and they unilaterally change passwords or change something on us. And it's very frustrating for you, I'm sure, but for us as well, to get help. And when we're talking about strategic planning, I think there's a strategic mission here, which is that all of the software be under one roof, and my preference would be under IT's roof. I think we have something else that we just newly instituted that, again, wasn't under IT. I'm trying to think of what it was, but I firmly would urge that be coordinated with the city manager, but become an IT goal to get everything under one roof, get all of these systems standardized. I think Munis is another one that was not purchased by IT and isn't really controlled by IT.
No, that absolutely was. Oh yes, that's an IT creature there.
Okay.
And to be clear, Granicus, and I understand your dissatisfaction with Granicus, Mr. Chair, but Granicus was acquired and paid for by MIT under I believe it was 2 IT managers ago, Mr. Thorne. And it is paid for by us. It is a hosted solution. It is a cloud-based solution, which means there are rules that are set by Granicus that I am not able to change. That all being said, the selection of these software packages and the criteria by which one vendor is selected over another, as we move forward, sir, I can assure you that IT will be involved in that. And it is, I don't know that it's a written policy, but it is absolutely a policy as we move forward, sir.
Thank you. Alderman Gay, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just have a couple of quick questions. My first is, what is Tyler Tech?
Tyler Technologies is a fairly large company that provides a almost mind-blowing array of software packages primarily designed at small and medium-sized municipalities. So Tyler Technologies provides our Munis ERP solution, which does HR, payroll, accounts receivable, accounts payable, that sort of stuff. The new computer-aided dispatch and record management system at the police department is a Tyler Technologies product. Energo, which is in the process of being developed, hopefully for a late summer, early fall release. That's also a Tyler Technologies product. And what that does, it achieves a couple of things for us. We were actually, myself and Carrie Kramer, one of our analysts here, were interviewed by Tyler Tech, and we didn't even really know what we were being interviewed about, but we espoused the virtue of having one vendor responsible for those sorts of things, because it gives you you don't have to try to remember who your customer service rep is. You really develop a relationship with this company. And from a more practical perspective for our end users, what we're shooting for in the long term is what I spoke about a little bit earlier, where your workflows, you sit at your desk, whether you work in planning or public works or human resources or finance, your dashboard looks the same. Your workflow, your approvals, things of that nature are being piped through the same dashboard. And that's really what we're looking to do long term, to improve not only efficiency, but accountability, where things don't operate under a workflow. Mistakes get made, things get missed. It's human nature. But if there's a strict digital workflow where a supervisor has to approve this thing that you're doing. And if we take that same workflow and that same dashboard and we apply it to more of what we're doing, it helps efficiency and accountability tremendously.
I have two other questions, but just one really quickly. Have you ever thought about introducing systems like Trello or Teamwork or something like that in the city, where at least with the council, we're communicating all on one page, like kind of what you were just saying, everything is all in one system?
I would, it's funny that you mentioned that. When Alderman Savage recommended this Google Drive area for our working documents for the budget season, I really want to recommend that you guys work in there, and all these presentations and all the documentation live in there. Right now, I know 2 members of my staff are using Trello, and if they're, that's just one of those things where we need to assess a need. Those needs need to be vocalized to us, and if you already have something in mind, but that's more from a workflow perspective. It's more of a collaborative type thing, and those are the sorts of things that I'm pretty easy with stuff like that. Like if there's a product that you guys want to use, and there's some sort of consensus among the team that they would use it and they would find benefit out of it, that's just a conversation with us here at MIT, and figure out how we're going to platform it, and we can get that kind of stuff done for you.
Yeah, that would be great. I think it would really help, amongst the council's communication. I use Trello in one of my part-times, and it's just so effective. I mean, like literally, everything is just in one click. My last 2 questions. One, you mentioned that you were short a position. And I think you said it was like a security a specialist or something. If you could just speak a little bit more to that.
Yeah, I was trying to be just tactful regarding the loss of Mr. McAllister, and that we're endeavoring to fill that position. He was our endpoint security specialist. So we've got a little bit of a knowledge drain at the moment, so that's why that came up during the training thing. But
okay, yeah, no, of course,
no worries, man, no worries.
Yeah. And then for you, there is MIT specialist and MIT analyst. That's my last question. If you could just, what are those two roles and what are the difference? Because I see it's the only ones that actually have two staff.
Yeah, absolutely. So your MIT specialists are kind of your doers. They're your hands. They're your desktop support. They are the ones that, some of the ones that will answer the phone when it rings. They are the ones that are out there installing hardware, installing software. Again, being a small shop, though, you have the additional responsibility in those roles of helping decide which direction that our department goes in. You know, researching endpoint security solutions, researching group policy, staying on top of, you know, the advisories that come out from the various organizations regarding cyber threats. Pushing forward initiatives within our own department and policies for the rest of the city to try to keep everybody safe, try to keep things moving. So those are your MIT specialists. Your MIT analysts, you can think of more as project managers. They take an initiative, much like the EnerGov project or Executime. They take these products and they manage the project. They oversee the development, they oversee the rollout, they hold the vendors accountable. They do a lot of the work behind the scenes to get these products working and implemented, for that matter. And we're hip deep in a bunch of implementations right now. We're keeping those folks very, very busy.
Is that it, Alderman Gay? Alderwoman Tierney.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I'm sure my colleagues agree with me, that did not go unnoticed, Brian, and it was a tribute to your, your leadership as a manager, and that you did not put the loss of Patrick in any budgetary terms, but still dealing with it in emotional terms. And I think you get a lot of credit for that, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tierney.
All right. Are there any other questions for MIT? Thank you for your very thorough presentation, and good move slipping in the enhancements.
Thank you guys so much, as always. We appreciate you guys.
All right. Question for both the committee and also the director of HR. We are now over time allotment. And so I guess I would ask the committee, but also Tricia, how we want to proceed. There's 17 slides. So how would you like to move forward?
I think that totally matters in terms of how much time we have. I see we're at T-6 minutes, so I don't know what that looks like in terms of what you want to accomplish with HR today.
We certainly don't want to rush you, but Takia has her hand up.
I do have a slideshow which I can not put a drag on, meaning that, there are certain things I can hit at a higher level and move us through it.
Some of that will depend upon the questions that the committee has.
I anticipate that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Takia, you were raising your hand?
Yes, I checked with the TV crew and we're able to continue if that's what you would like.
My stomach was hoping that wasn't the answer, but Alderwoman Finlayson.
You should have brought snacks, right?
Apparently.
You can take a break and get a snack. I would prefer that we continue, if at all possible.
Then let's do that.
Is Alderman Payon still with us? Yeah, there he is.
He's eating, but he's always eating.
I got to have lunch sometime. Look, I have physical therapy at 2, which means I've got to be out here by about.
let's move along then.
Okay. Well, I certainly won't take an hour of your time. I have a 2:00 meeting as well, so that's good.
Good to know.
So,
please proceed.
Okay, if you don't mind sharing the slides for HR, that would be great. I could not get away without having masked human beings because that has been our year. So if you just move to the next slide, please. So I think most of you are quite familiar with what Human Resources does. I mean, where our duties are spelled out in the charter and the code, but you know, we're clearly an internal service department, except for the fact that we do interface with the public when it gets into applicant needs. And honestly, this year through the pandemic, we've really kind of extended our reach in terms of COVID support, because I did work early on with economic development to make sure they had resources that I was getting through my HR contacts that they could share with the business community that were trying to figure out how to deal with their own employees, and some of the federal changes that were coming out, and certainly at the state level as well. So the support that we provide is all around selection, recruitment, benefits. We manage the city's police and fire retirement plan, the classification compensation system, performance and training, all the personnel records, which are now a lot more is virtual. A lot more has been handled electronically than we have in the past. And of course, we deal with employees that are leaving us either by their own means or through retirement. And we are principal support for employee relations and labor relations in the city. So we also provide staff support to the Civil Service Board, the Public Safety Disability Review Board, the Human Relations Commission, we serve as a member on the negotiating team, the Police and Fire Retirement Plan. There's a voting seat at the table there. And we are advisory in the risk management group as well. So our commitments are certainly in terms of fulfilling all of those expectations. And then we've had to be creative, and we'll have to be even more creative in the coming year when it comes to what resources we use to manage rollouts of training, to do our recruitment, to do those things that are going to increase in terms of time and expense without increasing expense. Next slide, please. So we're in the lineup to the city manager. Three principal areas that I've already described: employee services, benefits and retirement, and employee and labor relations. Next slide, please. So the next three slides are our responsibilities. So we do recruitment, we do testing. So we oversee examination processes that are happening in the different departments. They're expected to interface with us, so it's reviewed against EEO standards. And then we manage a lot of the processes for public safety promotion, and we work very closely with them. I have the responsibility under the code and under the charter to maintain the city's classification compensation plan. We work very closely on civil service positions having their job descriptions evaluated and approved by the Civil Service Board. So we have a process that we go through to get to the point where it comes before you in the position plan, the position summary. So the benefit administration has been probably one of our greater focuses of late, because we've been working really hard to try to manage rising costs in our benefit structures. We've done a number of things, which I'll talk about later, to make that just under better control. Let's put it that way. We have an online something called Navigator, which we completely have implemented now to roll out through open enrollment electronically, which was wonderful that we had done this ahead of the pandemic, because we did virtual open enrollment this year with few in-person interfaces. And then we just manage the myriad of questions and issues around benefits and to go through that educational process. Next slide, please. We oversee the performance management system. It was nice of Brian to talk about the different elements of Munis that we hope to use at a higher level. That includes, that hopefully will include performance management. We are under employee relations, dealing with our disciplinary program, grievance and appeal processes, and we have the better understanding, or they're actually the important role of making sure we've integrated fair employment law, union contract provisions, other constraints that may be in the city code as well that affect that. I have a very strong role in assisting the city manager in the negotiation of the collective bargaining agreements. We are entering our last year of 4-year agreement with those collective bargaining agents, and in FY23, all the work will be done in FY22, but in order to get to FY23, this will be a big year coming up. We coordinate and administer the retirement plans. We coordinate efforts with the Maryland State Retirement System, even though we run our own public safety retirement plan, and that it is primarily my responsibility to deal with the plan document and to deal with the evaluative changes that may happen in the language of that plan document, which is ultimately approved by the council. We deal with quality of life mandates, and that includes making sure that our federal laws are followed, the FLSA, the FMLA, Title VII when it comes to discrimination. We have a substance abuse policy that also has to keep in mind the federal laws, Drug-Free Workplace Act. Disabilities is obviously the ADA. We have privacy issues through the MPIA and other legal constraints, and then of course the EEO requirements at the federal level, along with at the state level, the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights. Next slide, please. So we have a large administrative role in the city. So we have really, I must say personally, I feel like I have lived COVID on a very real level this year. I am really proud to say that the partners, the interdepartmental partners in pulling off all of this has been astounding, from MIT's incredible role in getting us virtual at the drop of a hat so that we didn't really miss a beat in terms of our service. First thought I had is, how in the world am I going to keep our reception, keep EJ busy? She answers calls in 3 seconds. They go to Gmail. You can listen to the actual call. She returns the call immediately or forwards it to the right person. So we did not miss a beat in that, and even that level of service there. Most people are virtual because our buildings are closed. We have been able to turn every meeting into a virtual meeting in order to not lose that contact and lose that ability to serve. We immediately set up our systems internally so that we kept track of those things that we process and didn't fail to manage our records as well. Again, this is just a reiteration about staffing and about our membership on those different committees. Next slide, please. So I don't know whether I should wait to go into the budget highlights or not. The budget highlights are really our goals and objectives for FY22. So maybe we'll come back to this one, to the next 2 slides. So just move on from this one. We'll revisit this. These are our FY21 accomplishments. So we have not missed a beat in this. What is unfortunate, and when I sat down with my performance standards, it's like I felt like I was having an argument with them because even though we managed to keep working, there are certain elements of what we were aiming for, we just simply couldn't because things were canceled. You couldn't do in-person training. The training that we were going forward with to deal with implicit bias training, we simply could not do because the vendors weren't allowed in our buildings, weren't allowed to come and be involved in that presentation. So what we saw is a lot of delivery persons in that people business. They needed to come up with another way for delivery of their services and repivot. And so we attempted to reach out and to provide and pass on training to others that did get the virtual platform. Some of that was later delivered than we expected. But I personally can tell you, I absolutely repivoted around the education necessary for all of the COVID-related practices so that we were able to create the employee hub. Again, that was a combination effort on the part between OEM and risk management and obviously the Office of Law along with HR. We were able to really put together a vibrant and ever-changing location for people to go to for up-to-date information. This has been a year where between executive orders at the state level from the governor, from the county executive, that we, behind the scenes, what you never really got to see was all of the ways that we had to make sure we were legally evaluating our choices in the way we framed our policies and how we distributed them. We did supervisory training. We changed our sanitation processes, but all along the way was a necessary method that we had to make sure that we were communicating with city employees. We were able to use, I know Brian said that the goal is to have every city employee have a city email. Not everybody does have that though. So we had to figure out ways to make sure employees that didn't have city emails also got included. We were able to do that with Employee Navigator because during open enrollment, we collect people's email addresses, their personal email addresses in order to communicate with them. So we use that platform as well for that purpose. All of our commissions and boards that we provide service to, even staff support, whatever, went virtual. It didn't stop, just went virtual, and we continued to manage those relationships. And then we recently, this year, as you probably remember, we did employment agreement line. We incorporated employment agreement definitions and processes into the city code. And so training was conducted, primarily created by Ashley Leonard, but the processing piece of that, the HR related piece of that, I put together and was involved in that training as well. And so we continually rely on that to make sure people are as quickly as possible getting folks on board. Along with COVID and hiring for the city, most of our focus has shifted to trying to provide assistance under care. So some of the support positions that have been created on a contractual basis have been stood up using CARES money. And so most of our hiring has been around the ways to comply with the restrictions that have been put in place related to the pandemic. Next slide, please.
Trish, before you go,
sure.
Is it just a coincidence that globe looks like a COVID virus?
No.
Thank you.
No, it's not. But I hope that you see in that communication is the middle part.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the two bubbles together, they're touching on purpose. And that's the point of that is that you can do your work virtually and nobody sees it, but that was not the goal and that was not the outcome. We worked really diligently and collaboratively to try to keep that communication piece going. And the @ symbol, you've got the website, you've got the emails, you've got the the cloud that you use, and very little of it was slow-mo.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So next slide, please. So this first part is we are working on rolling out a dimensions and diversity. This is kind of like our response to the loss of the implicit bias training that we were aiming for. We learned not too long ago that the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights has a program that is free as long as we can supply 25 people per session. So we are making it, we've already rolled it out initially. We trained our Human Relations Commission. We had key individuals in the city, and then we're hoping to repivot. So I want you to know, I take very seriously the charge of trying to find ways to deliver services without an economic impact to the best of our ability. And then that way, you'll also see when we get to my budget piece that I gave at the office. You know, the HR division has provided part of the support. We're not asking for any enhancements. And we probably took roughly a 16.7% reduction in our non-personnel services budget, which is, you know, our non-personnel services part of our budget is going to go down to 11%. We were somewhere around 14%. So we are heavy on the people and very light on the operational side. We're not we don't have a capital projects budget, so it's operational. And so we are trying to provide more with less. This part of what we've done too, as I already mentioned about the virtual open enrollment, so we stay safe, we will continue to do that. We have brought online as a way to control rising health insurance costs. About 30% of our benefit costs are prescription drug related. And we brought on a prescription benefit management plan, and we are seeing benefits from that. We also have carved out our 65 and over retirees from our health plan costs, which you hope, is another way to help with our controls of our insurance costs. And we have now something that retirees have been asking for a while, which is a true Medicare wrap insurer. And so that is in place as of January. We also spent a lot of time and support in assisting finance and MIT when we were looking at ADP, help with tax distribution, wage garnishments, and other financial elements of our payroll processing. We work very closely with our partners that way, and we just really take very seriously our role in a better outcome in terms of more minds are better than a few, so that the impact always for us is judging the impact on the employee, so that we've got the proper communications in place, and that we also can keep them in mind when we're making decisions about vendors to use. Next slide, please. So this has been an interesting year. Clearly, we have employees that we did our best to keep employed. We really did. We didn't lose any employees, that are civil service, contractual services, exempt service, but our part-time employees, as things closed, as city access closed, there were some impacts there. However, we're able on a number of fronts to otherwise deploy those individuals. So some of the impact for individuals that have unemployment claims were real, but what we've really found is, and if you follow the national news, unemployment fraud is rampant, absolutely rampant. So we spent a great deal of time dealing with unemployment fraud. We put together an educational piece, something we email people when their names come up. We have an internal process to make sure that person really did file for unemployment. We have people that have other jobs. They might have lost that other job, not their city job, and legitimately apply for unemployment. We want to make sure that it was an appropriate filing and don't fail to provide information that they need from the city. But that really requires us to readjust. Alderman Gay, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Is unemployment fraud rampant in the city?
We have what I've found is when they provided the unemployment supplement at the federal level, then you could almost predict right away you're going to have a rush of claims. I would say of the claims we receive, easily 50%, if not more, are fraud. And some high level people in city government's names were included in that. What I've learned is that it's probably because I'm sure many of you have gotten, someplace that you have had your records exposed, your health insurance plan, your bank, I think CQ even had a situation. And so what's happening is the people are purchasing that private information from those breaches because it's on the market for sale, and then they match it up with other information they're able to get, and then it's enough to then file an unemployment claim. And some individuals will find that their addresses were even changed. So what we know and understand is we want to make sure those individuals know that their information's out there somewhere, and that they need to watch their credit history. They need to file a police report. They need to go on the state website and file it. Finally, the state puts something on there. You can go directly and file that you are a victim of unemployment fraud. So it's an alert. But we do our part to make sure that they're alerted.
Just to clarify, you're talking about city employees who were victims of unemployment fraud. I don't know if Alderman Gay's question was more general about the city citizens or the city employees.
Yeah.
She's directly.
I was talking about the employees. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, that's all I have control over, Alderman Gay. I wouldn't have any other way. So we also reopened. Are there any other questions about that? Okay. We, because we had 4-year labor agreements with all 4 unions, we had to reopen negotiations last fiscal year and this current fiscal year as well in order to anticipate the revenue shortfalls that were coming. It was a cliffhanger because we didn't know when we were doing this at the time if we were going to get federal money. So we just had to stay in negotiations during all of that time as we navigated the information that was coming out from the federal government. So we've also had to conduct police promotional examinations this year safely. So what we are finding is in the COVID world, you have to do more sessions because of the social distancing. You just have to figure out other ways to carry out your examination processes with COVID. And we were able to do that. We are able to work closely with the police department with the manner in which we delivered the testing, less transfer of documents between people. And again, with sanitizing and screening to protect everybody. Next slide, please. And then I also work with the representatives from the Human Relations Commission and with the caucus and the departmental representatives from the police department, because there is a police recruitment task force that is looking at the hiring practices, and the greater goal here is making sure that we are not hiring individuals that are infiltrating police departments, who are white supremacists, who have the potential to really negatively impact the city's efforts to do appropriate community policing, and certainly to impact our citizens of color. And then we met our goals around our health insurance statement distribution and to be compliant with IRS regulations. We have other compliance requirements that we perform as part of our HR role. Next slide, please. Okay, so our budget highlights for this year are to reevaluate the performance evaluation system. So what we'd like to do is increase our virtual processes. There are modules, I believe, as part of the MUNIS system that would allow us to do that electronically. If that doesn't work, we don't end up evaluating that as the way to do it. What we ultimately want to create is a way to have transfer of documents electronically, so it requires less hard copy. We also intend to, as I said before, get this training module out on non-discriminatory hiring practices. And then we want to implement a virtual learning platform. We have to figure out how to do that with what I've offered up as cuts in our budget, because our contractual services were reduced as a way to help with the city's deficit issues. And then something that we don't have a lot of control over, we did negotiate with the police and fire unions to not conduct promotional processes every year. So the police department is on an 18-month cycle. The fire department is on a 2-year cycle. But what we're finding is that, yes, that may be true, but you may not have a viable list that lasts for that entire period of time. So we have to figure out how to handle that, and that would be also through our collective bargaining, our labor relationships to work out the details of that. So that is part of what we'll have to accomplish. Next slide, please. So this is our staff. That long list of things that we do is done with 7 people. So I am the human resources manager. Tyra Kimbo is our human resources administrator. She's our number 2. Our benefits administrator, Laurie Gardner. Our office administrator, Dee Creek. Our recruitment and employee relations administrator is Claudia Barber. Our human resources associate is Robin Dom. And our office associate is EJ Jones. Next slide, please. So this is our budget, which is clearly in your budget book. As I said, we offered a reduction. And so for us, I think that's about $23,000 overall, so that our non personnel services costs are $115,720. As I said before, it's about a 16.62 reduction overall for us. We think we can manage within that budget. It's quite possible that COVID is still going to be impacting on the ability to do in-person training, and then of course, some of our other training that we had built in, we're just going to try and take advantage of virtual opportunities here to the best of our ability. We hope to roll them out in through a number of formats. We also, hope to spend some time internally with design and delivery. I've talked to Mike Lyles in the past about expertise in the Office of Law. We will explore all of our options in that vein. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. I think that's might have one more. Oh, my performance. Do you want me to go in my performance standards, or do you want to talk about the budget piece first?
Ross, you are you.
Yeah, sorry. So that's really your preference. We have gone through this with the other components, and we'll be doing it with the next ones as well. So,
okay, I'll just go on through the performance standards then. Okay, so like I said before, I had my personal tussle with my performance standards because it was not a typical year. You know, when you talk about recruitment and outreach, that's usually when you're actually actively recruiting. You know, we took to heart too that turnover was going to be a major component of how we're going to survive the budget deficit of FY20 and certainly into FY21 as well. So that recruitment slowed down. It will end up being more of a repivot. And since a lot of the recruitment was going on to fill the CARES funded positions, we simply just tried to assist with ways in which that those materials were reviewed and what they said, and made sure they were compliant with city expectations, and that you know, that otherwise what we were doing is focusing on the internal processes. We did more promotions this year. We had police and fire promotions this year, and Public Works, most of their positions was filled by promotion. So that's it's kind of a testament to what we encountered this year, but also by way of a verbal explanation for not really having good numbers to give you about engaging more organizations in outreach. Had to kind of pull back. Same related to social media, although we work and support the police department and the fire department when they're doing their recruitment and outreach, because those two departments have assigned recruiters to assist with their outreach, since we generally do fairly long recruitment processes with them. So what we did see is that the number of applicants using the online process rather than submitting hard copy did increase a bit, but our applications went down. We're probably at the end of the calendar year for the first 6 months of the fiscal year compared to that same time period in the prior fiscal year. We had 27% of the same number of applications. We had 20% of the number that we had last year. We had about 1,900. We were down to 570 applications. So that also is an indication of our recruitment position because of the pandemic. Can't read that bottom one, can you? So let's go to the next page. Okay, so what's missing there is that it was about comparing their benefit offerings to those with competing jurisdictions and new trends. And I think I've already really described that with what we were doing with the pharmacy benefit management. We also implemented a diabetes management plan as well. So we really look very closely at our benefit offerings and ways to control costs. We conduct quarterly meetings with Insurance Solutions, who's our health insurance broker. And they really respond to us when we ask them detailed questions and ask for supporting information in order to make our evaluative decisions. And I also work very closely with them as we examine what individuals are telling us are their benefit needs. And so part of what I've been able to do over the last couple of years is really look at some of our benefit offerings from an equity and an anti-discrimination perspective. And so we've reviewed our offerings around sensitivity to the LGBTQ community, as well as looking at our offerings for people that have, I'll just offer this as one example without too much detail, children with disabilities. And so I am proud to say that the relationship that we have with our benefits broker and what we ask for in terms of research and support is honored, as well as our internal reviews that may involve the Office of Law, and certainly amongst ourselves as HR staff members, and using our own HR resources to reach out to other jurisdictions for that benefit comparison and how to frame our offerings. So we take that kind of responsibility to heart, and we are able to accomplish it. So let's see, we're down to tracking our inquiries. Well, oddly enough, with things being pivoted to, instead of just picking up the phone and having to keep a log, we now have the ability to receive those calls and see who they're distributed to and so on. Most of our calls are service oriented, which we're able to resolve very, very quickly. I would say the same day. Some of them are a little more complicated. I think I've just mentioned a few examples that do take a little extra effort, just because they may have to alter the summary plan document and then go through a re-signing of our legal documents to support that. I don't put that in the same category. Those are extraordinary in terms of impact. But most of our service issues, problems, concerns are handled within the same day. And if they are individuals that are at the doctor's office, and what we have found is typically the situation is because we are operating with Care First administrators rather than Care First, a lot of doctor's offices will look up a person's benefit access based on Care First rather than Care First administrators. So we were able to resolve them pretty quickly. And then with rolling out some of our new, you always have issues around the time period at which you are rolling into your new contract. So in the case of our pharmacy benefit management, there's some real creative differences about how that is saving us money that employees never would have seen in the past, and now they are seeing that up front. So it took some interactions, more communication than people might have been used to get that into a smoother operation. But we do it, and it gets resolved. Evaluating the offerings for compliance, looking for low-cost sources of education, utilizing the Navigator program to inform employees. I've pretty well addressed that as well with the way we try to roll out communications, roll out education, roll out what we hope in the future is going to be kind of a virtual platform for training. We had, from the very beginning when COVID hit, when it was clear that nationally we were going to have to do things differently. A lot of what you do not see is what you need to know and understand from a legal perspective, how to roll out, how to implement, and how to carry out the requirements under workers' compensation, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, under privacy laws. And we do that on a continuous basis. And I feel like even with our teleworking policy, because, obviously our rules and regulations need to be adopted, need to be reviewed by the Civil Service Board and adopted by the City Council, we had to institute emergency policies so that we could carry these out. Now, some of those emergency policies may make sense in the long run to just integrate into our rules and regulations. So that will become part of our FY22 goals and objectives. Next slide, please. Okay, so can we go back to budget highlights? Oops. One right there. So I've mentioned some of these already. Do you mind? Hold on one second. I need to close my skylight because it's making me look kind of not angelic, just otherworldly.
You have a beautiful brick wall, though. I will say that.
What's that?
I said you have a beautiful brick wall.
Thank you. My late husband and I built this house, and I'm a really good mud mixer. I know how to do masonry. So we will absolutely look at collective. I heard your conversation before, Alderman Arnett, about looking at our pay scales and looking at when we're talking about trying to control the city's budget going forward. We do have plans, without getting into much detail here, about looking at our compensation and our competitive standing with other jurisdictions as we do that. We belong as an agency to some public employment HR groups, which are valuable in getting us information that's already collected together. And so we have access to surveys and reports that will help us in that too, as well as just our relationships and our ability to pick up the phone and find out more. As I mentioned, this is a real goal. And I must confess, when they said our buildings weren't going to close, I thought, oh, good. Now we'll finally get to look at the rules and regulations, get ready to bring it back forward. And I'm sorry to say that COVID just filled every single open spot for attention for that. So we have already started the work on the reformatting and then how we would like to bring it back forward. We've got to get back with our legal partners in the Office of Law to do so. And then we're, I think that's a 10-minute warning for the 2:00 call. But we also will continue our quarterly reviews. We'll continue to make modifications as it makes sense to help continue to control our benefit costs. And I'm proud to say that the way we've been working, we haven't had to do more austere things in terms of changing what we have to offer our employees. That it's an important way to attract people here and want to work here. And so we make sure that we're doing that on a quarterly basis. I think we might have another slide after this, maybe. Nope.
So it's funny you mentioned rules and regulations, because I was looking for something else in my basement office and I came across a huge page full of all of those versions of the rules and regulations.
In 2015?
Yeah, it's actually something I worked with Alderwoman Hoyle on quite a bit, but it's, you're right, it's long overdue, and it will be quite an effort. But
one of my major goals, Alderman Arnett, is to break it up so that when we have a section that really needs attention, it's in its own sleeve. Mm-hmm. You know, that I can, granted, there's the bureaucratic process here. It's got to go before the Civil Service Board and it's got to come back before the council. It would be much easier to just change it and implement it and educate your employee population on it and make it so. That's not how it works here, but I think that in the future, for sure, I want to make sure that pieces of it are standalone, right, so that we can be so much better at making the intelligent changes so that it matches our operational need and just makes sense. Just, makes good sense.
So some of the operational threads that I heard as you were making your remarks were that a lot of this coming year are going to be in preparation for the new contract negotiations. And that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Some of the things that stand out when you look at the dollars when we get to the public service is the huge jumps in the percent of salaries that we're contributing, 34% in the current budget. And questions I've had on my mind are, there is public safety in the state plan, I presume, and I guess I would wonder how we compare to the costs from the state pension for public safety. I have further questions. Does the state plan have a drop program or not? Because that's one of the important recruit and retention aspects of our plan. And I hate to even say these words, but are we due to do another class and comp study as we get ready to go into negotiations? Yeah, I know. I don't want to go there, but on the other hand, if we're really going to be doing a lot of preparation for these negotiations, it seems like we may.
And as you hear, in the various presentations, that we have had to modify people's work in order to meet some of the demands of work, period. And that necessarily comes back to a classification and compensation impacting piece of work, and good work, necessary work. But, I hope what you uttered was not a citywide class and comp plan. There a lot to try to manage. You have consultants that promise you everything, and then you end up doing, from an HR perspective, you end up doing a heck of a lot of work to make that happen when they were really supposed to help alleviate that responsibility on a certain level for you. And
I think you spent over a year after we got the report.
I don't feel we're finished yet, and that's a confession, but it's a demand of time, and fortunately for all of you, in my own history, my own professional history, I at least have classification and compensation as part of my experience and training, but I also have a lot of other things that are on my plate, and so you try to manage the professional services gift of offloading some responsibility with the demand it still creates for you in order to make it work best for the agency that you care so much about working well. Right. And unfortunately, there's no easy answer to that. There's I have 7 staff members, and we have roles to fill, and yet we need to also make sure that we're mindful of getting people paid and getting them access to their benefits. And a lot of I hate to reduce it to transactional, because it isn't. It's done with a great deal of care and a high desire for supreme customer service. So that is the city way, and that's a good thing. That's a really good mission and ethic that, in my experience working here, is the city way. And it's a testament to that. And I appreciate being a part of that very much.
Well, speaking of appreciation, I'll just offer this for my colleagues, because I sit with you on the police and fire pension plan. We are lucky to have someone with your background and experience there. I think that has been very helpful in managing that. So I appreciate that. And it's a lot of work in its own right. So with those comments on my part, I think we're going to have an even busier year. I'm going to turn to Alderwoman Finlayson, and then I think
Can I offer you one statement, though?
Sure.
I am meeting with in 3 minutes, meeting with the consultant on performance standards. I do have other staff members that are going to be on there, so
Okay.
they can entertain them for a couple
Well,
minutes.
we're running long, and we're going to have to work on our schedule. Alderwoman Finlayson, Alderman Gay, and Alderwoman Tierney had their hands up. I don't know if we'll have time to get it all in.
Oh, I'm okay. I was just going to ask about physical exams.
Right.
Okay.
No problem.
Finlayson.
I will be very quick. I would just like to say thank you. Your department, even though you're not a department head like you should be, and we don't need to get into that discussion right now, but equity and fairness, we're lacking. But you provide the customer care to our employees. You know, we talk about the services we provide to everybody else, but you provide, whether it's through salaries or healthcare or regular human services, you provide that to our employees. And if nothing more, everyone today heard the litany of things that you do in your department for all of us. So I just want to say thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind. But I also want to say I came into this department from the county. All I ever wanted was to keep the same level of support and interaction and direct contact with employees that the staff I work with had. And I see you wagging your finger at me. I feel like that's a longtime teacher finger wag going on there.
You should never say you're satisfied with where you are, because you should. I mean, you have. I'm not going to go there. I'm just
throw a woman here.
Well, the reason I said it that way is because they are incredibly committed people working in HR. And I'm happy to be a part of that. And the least I can do is maintain that. I'm not settling. It's a high standard and I'm happy to be a part of it.
okay. That's a weakness that women have, though. I'm just saying.
I hear you. And I say that to my daughter. So yes.
Alderman Gay, is your question a very quick one, because it's almost 2 and
One of my questions always very quick ones.
yeah, right.
You know how to reach me.
2 really quick. One, what's the $6,000 public safety promotional exams? And then my second question, how often does the HR department promote, like diversity, inclusion training and things like that?
So the promotional process is police and fire. So that's the higher ranks, not entry level. So it's going to be written exams. It's going to be oral exams. That's what that is. It's paying consultant services to produce those examinations. And so our role in inclusion, we do the review of their examination processes. We work with their outreach people. We are always looking at our stats and trying to send our announcements to organizations that are also representative of people who may not have been able to compete for similar positions. When we do hard to fill positions, we look for organizations that are minority oriented, maybe Black business administrators, women's organizations, Hispanic, Asian American, and try to make sure our announcements go to those organizations. So that's part of what we do. Does that help?
Yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think we need to let you go. You're late.
Yeah, she has a 2 o'clock. Yeah.
But thank you.
All right. Good to see everybody.
Bye. I'm going to.
All right. Take care.
Well, and Fred is gone, but Sheila, I really would make a plea that we start earlier. I think 9 o'clock rather than 10 o'clock, because we tend to run long. And, I'm hearing something in the background, but running until 2 o'clock, starting at 10, unless we're going to have some mobile service for food. And now that it seems I'm going to be in here in the city at City Hall, it's not like I can jump off and grab a PB&J. You're on mute. You're on mute, Sheila.
I think we need to control editorial comments. I know this is the budget and this is the time to ask questions, but I just think we need to listen more. I don't know how to, but anyway, I am not in support of starting at 9 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, since there's only two of us, that's a vote to tie. Alderman Gay?
As the honorary member, I will make the tie-breaking vote. I'm kidding. No, I think look, this is the budget. It's the only time we really get to dive into the nitty-gritty of this thing. So, I definitely, look, 3, 4, 5, I don't care.
Well, so from my perspective, my hope had been that we would do this more as a committee of the whole. We,
Mayor's office had several departments, so.
I missed that. I didn't realize you were speaking. Apparently, when I speak, you.
I was saying tomorrow we only have 3 departments. Today we had 4 departments. So it may not be as, and for the rest of the week, there's 2 departments each day.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But I am appreciative of Alderman Gay and Alderman Savage briefly and Alderwoman Tierney being here. It was my hope that by having more of a committee of the whole, we could answer questions that don't have to then come up again when we turn the budget over to the council. So I can see it going both ways. I'd almost rather have them answered now than later, where we retrace the same ground all over again. But the Alderman, city manager, Alderman Gerald, we promoted.
You had me scared there for a minute. I thought the discussion was great today. I think it's good to get, I agree with you, Alderman. I think it's good to get that discussion out. Maybe we'll have it again with the full council, but I thought it was really good discussion today.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there wasn't value in the discussions. But, when we start to say, hear the same thing repeated, I don't want to reduce, council's input, because you're right. We do want them here and we want them asking questions now, sooner rather than later. So I'm willing to compromise. Some days 9 o'clock, some days not.
Okay. Well, we can maybe work that out with the kid. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. And I don't know how much I delayed things by having to change location, but it sounded to me like it was running better with you, Chair and Sheila. So we'll pick up again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And thank you, everybody, for all of your input, certainly to the city manager and the finance director and all of the other people that supported the input today. And I do think we touched on some sensitive issues. We talked about pay equity and things that we're going to need to look at. I didn't mention it to Trish, but I was surprised that the person she lauded so much was an A2, which seems pretty low. But in any event, that's what this budget process is about. That's where we open up the can and see all the worms squirming. That's a proper.
May I add that office associate has been with us for 5 years because she came in with my summer jobs program. That's how she got employed in the finance department.
We're not supposed to be trying to increase the spending as the committee, but it's hard not to see those things and say, that doesn't look right to me, particularly when it was a person who was lauded by the director. So, all right, we will reconvene tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And hopefully Julian will work magic with Verizon or Xfinity Comcast so that I could be home. Otherwise, this is a pretty awkward space for me flipping back and forth between the desk and the computer. So,
why are you not in City Hall in the council chambers?
Well, I don't know. We may have to, maybe they don't want me in there. Maybe I'm too close to them, or they're using my desk.
Well, they have the, it's on a loud system. The Julian monitors everything from there, so he wouldn't be able to have his laptop or his iPad in there while Julian is on the thing.
Well, whatever. We'll get it figured out. It's my problem, so we'll work on it. Failing having Fred here, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that we adjourn.
I second that. Any discussion? Is there anything, City Manager Gerald or Finance Director Dickinson? All right. All those in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.